We will roll all recorded votes until we finish the last bill. We will mark up the 10 bipartisan bills before the first vote series on the floor. If we have time before that series, we may start consideration of Mr. Emmer's CBDC bill. We'll come back after that series of floor votes and continue consideration of the Emmer bill. After we finish that bill, we will recess. We'll give members notice before we reconvene for votes. Now, if we move more quickly, we move more quickly, and that's great. And in consultation with the ranking member, we'll figure out the best time for members for votes, knowing that this is a moving process on the floor. I think that's a nice way of saying it. A quorum being present, we'll now proceed to today's business. Today we'll consider, and I'll recognize myself for an opening statement. Today we'll consider a slate of legislation to bolster our national security, protect Americans' financial privacy, and shield our financial system from the risks associated with the potential central bank digital currency, or CBDC. There is bipartisanship in recognizing the generational threat posed by the Chinese Communist Party. We held our first hearing of the Congress on confronting that threat and have already advanced several bipartisan bills to combat the CCP's economic aggression. We've heard a lot of tough talk on China around the Capitol, but today the House Financial Services Committee is walking the walk. We will mark up arguably the strongest measure the House has ever taken up to target China's military-industrial complex, Congressman Barr's Chinese Military and Surveillance Company Sanctions Act. This bill focuses our energies on China's ability to wage war, cutting off revenues and technologies to bad actors using our most effective, time-tested tool, sanctions. I appreciate Chairman Barr's leadership on this issue. I appreciate colleagues on both sides of the aisle for engaging in this policymaking process. We'll also consider measures to strengthen oversight of foreign purchases of U.S. farmland. Congressman Lucas's bill will officially add the Secretary of Agriculture to the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, or CFIUS. Chairman Luetkemeyer's bill will ensure that land purchases by adversaries like China are referred to CFIUS for a proper assessment. I appreciate both of their leadership on this issue and look forward to advancing these measures today. We will also consider several bills from our Democratic colleagues to bolster our national security. Ranking Member Waters' Financial Access Improvement Act will incentivize other countries to improve efforts to combat narcotics-related anti-money laundering. Congressman Himes' Combating Foreign Surveillance Spyware Sanctions Act will provide sanctions authorities targeting foreign developers of commercial spyware, a growing threat that affects us all. Congressman Sherman's Russian and Belarusian Financial Sanctions Act, which passed the House last Congress, will help ensure that U.S. entities effectively enforce our existing sanctions against these adversaries. And Congressman Garcia's Foreign Affiliates Sharing Pilot Program Extension Act will ensure that valuable pilot program operates for 3 years as Congress intended. I appreciate their work on these thoughtful bills and look forward to passing them all today. Turning now to the measures we will consider to safeguard Americans' privacy and civil liberties is next up. I want to applaud our Vice Chair, Mr. Hill, for his Financial Privacy Act. This legislation will produce long overdue accountability for FinCEN's collection, maintenance, and release of data on U.S. citizens. This bill will provide transparency on the data the government collects to ensure that FinCEN is focused on legitimate law enforcement purposes as Congress intended. This data must be protected from unauthorized disclosure, including by limiting those who can access it. That's why the committee will also consider a package of FinCEN oversight and accountability measures offered by Chairman Davidson. The FinCEN Accountability and Oversight Act will ensure that our committee is notified of unlawful activities like the leaking of sensitive financial information before the public can read about it in BuzzFeed, like the so-called FinCEN files that we've seen. In addition to Chairman Davidson, this legislation includes provisions originally introduced by Small Business Committee Chairman Williams and Congressman Loudermilk. I applaud their efforts the result of which is this robust package. We will also consider legislation from Congressman Nunn to close obvious loopholes in beneficial ownership filing and extend filing deadlines to the original statutory dates. I also want to recognize Ranking Member Beatty for joining Mr. Nunn in affirming congressional intent on beneficial ownership filings. And finally, for years, our committee has examined the implications associated with the potential U.S. central bank digital currency. Those efforts, which started during Ranking Member Waters' tenure as chair and have continued under Republican leadership, resulted in bipartisan recognition that any U.S. CBDC must be explicitly authorized by Congress. The CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act underscores that fact and protects Americans' privacy and our financial system from the risks a CBDC would pose. It builds on the principles that Republicans developed last Congress to guide our evaluation of a potential CBDC. The bill, led by Whip Emmer, emphasizes those principles and ensures that the Federal Reserve cannot issue a CBDC without congressional approval. I want to applaud the work of all of our members, especially our National Security Subcommittee Chair, Mr. Luetkemeyer, for the brunt of the work of today's legislative hearing. And with that, I'll now recognize the ranking member for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When I was chairwoman of this committee last Congress, this committee came together after Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine to craft bipartisan legislation aimed at protecting Ukraine and holding Russia accountable. This committee, and the whole Congress for that matter, recognized the importance of standing up to authoritarian governments, both in Russia and in China. That's why I am pleased that today this committee is following that precedent by coming together to pass legislation that will again strengthen our national security, including legislation that I introduced to reverse de-risking by U.S. banks in the Caribbean and other parts of the world and ensure our presence in the region is not replaced with China's. Legislation by Congressman Sherman to ratchet up compliance with sanctions related to Russia and Belarus. Legislation led by Congresswoman Garcia to ensure that an important anti-money laundering pilot will have sufficient time to be implemented, and legislation led by Congressman Himes to impose sanctions on foreign companies that facilitate spyware targeting U.S. national security personnel. Unfortunately, Republicans are marking up one bill that is not bipartisan. It will keep the United States behind other countries, including China, as they race forward to develop a global standard for central bank digital currencies. At this point, nobody fully understands the potential benefits and challenges of CBDCs or how their implementation could affect the preeminence of the U.S. dollar and global finance more broadly. That is why the Biden administration and the Federal Reserve are researching this. However, the Republican bill before us today would stifle that research and prevent us from moving forward, even if it means that the dollar loses its status as the world's reserve currency, and even if it means that U.S. citizens lose out on faster, cheaper, and simpler payments. I'm disappointed that Republicans have taken such a deeply anti-innovation stance. Still, I'm proud of the work we've done here on the committee to reach a consensus on the other bills today. Unfortunately, while we consider these bills to strengthen our national security, a much greater attack on our national security is happening. Extreme MAGA Republicans are threatening to shut down government programs if Congress doesn't dramatically slash funding for them. This includes the same national security programs that are the subject of the bipartisan bills today. Both outcomes would inflict untold harm on America, from undermining sanctions and AML/BSA enforcement to stopping reviews of foreign purchases of U.S. companies and technology. If that isn't enough, MAGA Republicans are also blocking the overwhelming bipartisan effort in Congress to support our friend and fellow democracy, Ukraine, which is under relentless attack by Putin. This betrayal comes even as President Zelensky is here in Congress today asking for help. In fact, after President Zelensky gave a powerful speech last night before the United Nations, Speaker McCarthy weakly says he still has questions for the president. Well, I have a question for the Speaker and for MAGA Republicans. When are you going to stop turning your back on democracy, both at home and abroad? Well, I'm not surprised that the same members that supported overturning our elections see nothing wrong with authoritarian Russian invading Ukraine. I'm surprised that my Republican colleagues, who I've worked with over the years to strengthen our democracy, to counter Russia and China, would go along with these extremists. Mr. Chair, I urge you to talk to the Speaker because shutting down government and abandoning Ukraine not only undermines all of the bills you have put forward today, those actions will cause lasting harm to America. As I said, I'm a little bit disappointed, but I have hope that not only will the opposite side of the aisle support our democracy, but patriotism is at stake here. Patriotism is about making sure that our country is safe, but it's also making sure that our country has what it needs to have a decent quality of life for our seniors and our children and our veterans, and on and on and on. So with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3378, the Agricultural Security Risk Review Act. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 3378, a bill to amend the Defense Production Act of 1950 to include the Secretary of Agriculture as a member of the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Oklahoma has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3378, offered by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman, Mr. Luetkemeyer, the gentleman from Missouri, is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute on behalf of our colleague, Mr. Lucas, who is unable to be here today. The Agricultural Security Risk Review Act is an important reform that the gentleman from Oklahoma has long championed. His bill would officially add the Secretary of Agriculture as a member of the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS. This represents the first formal addition of a cabinet secretary since the Foreign Investment and National Security Act, which this committee helped enact in 2007. CFIUS plays an important role in reviewing agriculture-related investments. It has long had jurisdiction over any foreign takeover of an agribusiness or even foreign control over a small farm limited to local sales. Since 2018, CFIUS may also examine foreign purchases of land due to its proximity to sensitive government sites. While the Secretary of Agriculture has been involved in such reviews as needed, it is overdue for Congress to mandate his participation. While CFIUS is indeed a committee, it benefits from the expertise of particular member agencies with relevant expertise. Agriculture is too important to go neglected. Mr. Lucas has long understood this, and I applaud his hard work in championing the Agricultural Secretary's contributions to CFIUS. This bill deserves strong bipartisan support. I look forward to supporting it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, without objection, enter into the record a letter from Mr. Lucas describing his bill.
Without objection.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, there's a small but growing share of agricultural land that is owned by foreign interests. Persons involved in those purchases, as well as transactions affecting the food supply chain, could very well pose a threat to the U.S. The Committee on Foreign Investments in the U.S., or CFIUS, is an interagency committee chaired by the Treasury Secretary that is responsible for reviewing whether these parties or deals present a national security concern. It is vital that CFIUS is equipped with relevant expertise to review transactions involving agricultural land or food-related businesses. H.R. 3378 is a common-sense bill that would formally add the Secretary of Agriculture to CFIUS, the Agricultural Secretary. is already involved in CFIUS activity when pertinent, and this bill would formalize their participation, ensuring that the Agriculture Department can bring all of its expertise to the review and decision of relevant cases. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion, further debate? Hearing no further discussion or amendment to this bill. Any amendments? No further discussion or amendment to this bill. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 3378, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. A recorded vote is requested by the ranking member. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the Committee Rules. The vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5409, the Safeguarding American Farms from Foreign Influence Act. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 5409, a bill to amend the Defense Production Act of 1950 to require the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States to determine whether a national security review is needed for reportable agricultural land transactions referred by the Secretary of Agriculture.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Missouri has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Without
H.R.
objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman is recognized for the gentleman from Missouri. The subcommittee chair on national security is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling up this bipartisan piece of legislation today. H.R. 5409 is a straightforward but vital measure to protect our agricultural sector from national security threats. Under the Agricultural Foreign Investment Disclosure Act, the Department of Agriculture collects data on foreign interest in United States farmland. Some of these purchases may qualify as covered transactions that are eligible for CFIUS review. CFIUS has long had jurisdiction when a foreign person ends up controlling an agricultural operation. But for CFIUS to be effective, it must have an appropriate awareness of these investments. This is what my bill will help achieve. Under H.R. 5409, the USDA must notify CFIUS when it has reason to believe that a foreign land purchase raises national security concerns. While most land deals are benign and involve U.S. allies such as Canada or Europe, some require closer scrutiny. This is especially true for Chinese purchases of farming operations here at home. My bipartisan legislation would therefore require CFIUS to take in notification from the USDA, determine they are covered transactions, and potentially initiate a national security review. It is really that simple. USDA has its eyes on farmland purchases, but we need more connective tissue between the department and CFIUS. I should add here that another bill we're considering today, which we just discussed and passed by voice vote, with waiting for a roll call on it, is Mr. Lucas's bill, which further strengthens this relationship by adding the Secretary of Agriculture to CFIUS. Our bills complement each other, and it's fitting that they are being considered today at today's markup. Again, I thank the chairman for his support of H.R. 5409 and urge my colleagues to support its passage. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Is there further discussion, further debate? Ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
In September 2022, President Biden issued an executive order that instructed CFIUS to consider elements of the agricultural industrial base that have implications for food security, among other factors, in its reviews. H.R. 5409 would build on that order, establishing a formal codified process by which the Secretary of Agriculture may bring potential national security concerns related to agricultural land and food security to the attention of CFIUS for review. I support the Biden administration's efforts to protect our national security, and I support this effort to build on this administration's good work. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Generally yields back. Further discussion, further debate, further amendment. There being no further discussion or amendment to this bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment of the nature of the substitute offered by the gentleman from Missouri. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment of the nature of the substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 5409, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. It's a recorded vote requested. Gentleman from Missouri requests a recorded vote. Those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the Committee on Rules, of the committee rules. The vote on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 760, the Chinese Military and Surveillance Company Sanction Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 760, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to
Without
communist...
objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Kentucky has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute...
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you, Chairman McHenry, for calling up this legislation, the Chinese Military and Surveillance Company Sanctions Act. I look forward to bipartisan support for this legislation. I want to, at the outset, thank Anthony Chang for his outstanding work as staff on this legislation, his tireless efforts to get this bill right. Hunt Vandertal and Megan Gilton also for their very valuable contributions. This legislation, to all my colleagues, this bill is the most severe set of financial restrictions the House of Representatives has ever considered to counter China's military ambitions. It would impose mandatory blocking sanctions on entities that are essential to the Chinese military-industrial complex, prohibiting virtually any transaction with U.S. persons and deterring third countries from dealing with defense-related companies in China. Let me explain why this should be a bipartisan priority. In 2020, the Trump White House declared a national emergency with respect to China's military-industrial complex, an emergency that was reaffirmed by the Biden administration a year later. As a result, both the Trump and Biden administrations prohibited the purchase and sale of publicly traded securities in companies connected with China's military. President Biden expanded the scope to include surveillance technology companies that enable repression and human rights abuses in China. These companies now belong to Treasury's CMIC list, which includes some of China's leading technology firms such as Huawei, Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation, and Hikvision, along with several dozen other corporations that Treasury has found are supporting China's military and defense capabilities. While I'm pleased that Treasury has assembled the CMIC list, investment restrictions have proven merely symbolic, not a meaningful policy tool to undermine future aggression by China. For instance, a number of CMIC companies don't issue publicly traded securities to begin with. Others, such as SMIC, have seen their gross profits and R&D rise by double digits after being listed by Treasury. China Telecom's stock price has risen by over 50%. In 2021, a company like Huawei had revenues over 700 times larger than any financing it received. This fixation on investment has distracted us from securing real results. Even in cases where an American can't buy shares, we're simply prohibiting trades between investors, not choking off support for the company itself. When a policy like this meddles with capital flows while leaving the CCP unaffected, it makes it look like the United States is no longer serious about its governance of capital markets. My bill takes a different approach. Blocking sanctions will cut defense-related companies off from revenues, technology, and hard currency. Under my bill, not only would Treasury be required to go after Chinese firms with significant operations in the defense and surveillance sectors, the Secretary would have to make an annual determination as to whether the CMIC companies qualified for those sanctions. And this point is key. I fully expect that Treasury would conclude that CMIC companies fall under this bill's sanctions authorities. After all, they're on the CMIC list precisely because of their activities related to defense and surveillance. But even if Treasury does not make that determination for some reason, the CCP has at most a year until the next determination. During that time, a sword will be dangling over every CMIC company, and compliance departments around the world will ask themselves whether or not dealing with such an entity is really worth the risk. Many will conclude it is not. There is a lot of talk these days about de-risking and restricting capital flows to China, but this is how you actually do it. And I do mean de-risking, not severing ties between the two world's largest economies completely. But what I do mean is this is tough. This is the right way. And as tough as this bill is against China, it stays laser focused on impeding Beijing's defense and surveillance capabilities. H.R. 760 is about making China's military ambitions impossible, not outlawing benign activities and creating economic mayhem. This is a red light, green light approach. This gives certainty and confidence to the private sector and to investors around the world what is off limits and what is benign. I again want to thank the chairman for his support of this legislation, as well as my colleagues on the committee who have enriched the debate over how we best approach China. Their views have informed this bill in important ways, and I urge their support today, and I urge the support of colleagues on both sides of the aisle, also off of this committee, who care about combating China. This is the way to counter China. We don't counter China by mimicking China or imitating China.
Time's expired.
We do it this way. I yield back.
Further discussion, further debate. The ranking member seeks recognition and is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
I move to strike the last word.
Yes.
This bill to change the behavior of the Chinese military companies which produce surveillance, thank you, tools to spy on dissidents, ethnic and religious minorities, businesses, and others. It complements and builds on President Biden's policies to counter the use of Chinese surveillance technology outside the PRC and the development of the use of Chinese surveillance technology to facilitate repression or serious human rights abuse. I thank Mr. Barr for his willingness for working with committee Democrats, with Treasury, to ensure that the text of this provision is sufficiently narrow and executable, focused on those willing bad actors who knowingly participate in such unusual and extraordinary threats. I think we should note that we expect State Department and Commerce will have views to add to those of the Treasury Department, and I hope Representative Barr, who also serves on House Foreign Affairs, would similarly commit to work in a productive bipartisan manner with that committee, including Ranking Member Meeks, to address any additional concerns. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from Missouri, the chair of the National Security Subcommittee, seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank my friend, the gentleman from Kentucky, for his work sponsoring this important legislation, which I'm a co-sponsor of. We both sit on the China Select Committee. And from that committee's briefings and hearings, a couple of these bills today that we're hearing have come from that information and that research that we've done. I think it's important that we understand the work of that committee to be able to find and recognize risks, threats, and we're here today to try and solve this problem. As many of you are aware, there's been a lively debate around restrictions on U.S. investments into adversarial countries, particularly China. While I believe it's Congress's job to legislate these matters, the White House recently announced an executive order restricting outbound investment to certain industries in China that was surprisingly targeted and thoughtful, as Mr. Barr has mentioned. However, like previous actions taken against Russia and China, that doesn't completely solve our problem. Both countries have essentially shrugged off past half measures that sounded good initially, but have allowed them to operate without near impunity. Chinese companies like Huawei aren't dependent on investment. They rely on the sale of goods and services, the importation of cutting-edge technologies, and access to the dollar-led financial system. Mr. Barr's sanctions would make much of this impossible. And while the bill takes very strong actions, it does so thoughtfully. It's about Chinese firms that support Beijing's military ambitions and human rights abuses and goes directly after them. This is targeted, it's a well-crafted bill, and it's going to make our enemies weaker and our people safer. With that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to supporting the bill and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to commend the sponsor of this bill, Mr. Barr, and I want to commend the ranking member's team. The collaboration at the staff level is significant, and I think we have a good product here that has an eye for how we appropriately counter China. There are innovative and new tools that people want to try out in the midst of this large debate we have on how we counter China, economically and militarily. But that we have tools that have been proven to work over time. So rather than purely focus on innovation, which I think is an important discussion, we have to make sure that we do innovation correctly, and we have a lot of debate about that here. But we should be using the tools that we have and make sure that we're using them effectively, correctly, and to the full extent possible before you try concepts that have never been shown to work before in other countries. So this is our way of taking a serious approach to a serious issue and using our significant history and data on this to do it, and to do it quickly and right. And this is good work on a bipartisan basis among committee members. And I want to commend Mr. Barr for his leadership with that, and I yield back. Gentleman yields back.
Gentleman yields back.
Any further discussion, further debate, further amendment? Hearing none. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on adopting the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Being the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 760, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pursuant to notice, H.R. 760, as amendment, is ordered, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5472, the FinCEN Oversight and Accountability Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 5472, a bill to make improvements to the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Ohio has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of
Without objection, it is considered read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Ohio would be recognized, but the chair recognizes himself to offer the ANS on Mr. Davidson's behalf. And I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the statement by Mr. Davidson in support of his legislation. Without objection, so ordered. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the ANS on behalf of Mr. Davidson. The Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN, is one of the most significant government surveillance agencies that people don't know about. It's in our purview with our oversight. It is a creation of this committee, and therefore we should treat it as such and make sure that we're updating the rules, the law, and ensuring they are protecting American civil liberties and doing what Congress intended for the agency to do, not more, not less. The FinCEN Accountability and Oversight Act will bolster Americans' privacy rights by protecting their government-collected sensitive financial information from unauthorized disclosures. FinCEN, one of the most powerful agencies in government, collects a massive amount of information on Americans' financial activities. They also they also have an increasingly poor track record of protecting that sensitive data. This bill ensures our committee is notified of unlawful activities, including the leaking of sensitive financial information. The way the committee last found out about this leaking of sensitive financial information was by reading it via the venerable and well-respected investigative newspaper called BuzzFeed. Best at clicking through for memes and way to suck your time away while sitting at your desk mindlessly. Or so they say. Okay, maybe I just said. Okay. So the idea that BuzzFeed has more information about this government agency is absurd. We should know first, and we should know on the American people's behalf on how their information is being protected. We also need to understand their relationship with law enforcement agencies and how this data is being used. We have, so that release by BuzzFeed was called FinCEN files. It details a lot of information about unlawful actions. We should be first and foremost on that. We also, this bill also will provide insights in how Treasury's Office of Terrorism Financing interacts with its independent bureau, FinCEN, and details of their partnership have never been easily accessible and leads many lawmakers to raise questions as to why. Having access to these documents of that relationship within Treasury will ensure that the Financial Services Committee can craft important legislation to better tailor the relationship between Treasury, data users, and data furnishers to FinCEN and protect financial privacy of every American. Finally, we heard in July, small businesses are lacking important information on how they will comply with the new beneficial ownership reporting requirements will be effective January 1st, 2024. The new Small Business Working Group will hold an annual forum as a result of this bill to share information about the effectiveness of beneficial ownership and promote coordination between FinCEN and the small business community to provide guidance for small businesses about their beneficial ownership reporting obligations. I think it's important that this is a bipartisan bill to protect American civil liberties, for us to have necessary oversight of FinCEN. Urge adoption of this important package of bills that Mr. Davidson is leading. So with that, I yield back, and I'll recognize the ranking member.
I move to strike the last
The
word.
lady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank Representative Davidson and his colleagues, including Representatives Williams and Representative Loudermilk, for working with us in a bipartisan way to improve this anti-money laundering oversight bill. This bill proposes additional small business outreach regarding the implementation of the Corporate Transparency Act. This outreach will help small businesses to better understand how to comply with relevant requirements, which will be important as we roll out America's Beneficial Ownership Registry. This implementation of this registry will allow us to join the United Kingdom, the European Union, states, and other allies in leveraging transparency to end the absence of anonymous shell companies used by Russian oligarchs, fentanyl traffickers, and tax cheats alike to launder and hide their illicit finances. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady, far more succinct than the chair, yields back. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to speak in support of H.R. 5472, the FinCEN Oversight and Accountability Act. This bill contains two provisions from my bill, the FinCEN Accountability Act. These provisions ensure that this committee, the Senate Banking Committee, and the public will have access to the Department of the Treasury documents giving authority or instructions to FinCEN or its director, including any changes made to the documents. These documents will give this committee greater insight into how Treasury delegates responsibilities we assign to them, as well as any changes they make in their instructions to FinCEN. When Congress delegates specific authorities to the executive branch agencies, we do so with the expectation that the agency will carry out congressional directives in good faith and inform Congress of their progress along the way. Unfortunately, we find ourselves left out of the loop more often than not. When Congress passed the Corporate Transparency Act, we laid out specific requirements and timelines for beneficial ownership reporting. These specifics were not accidental. They were the intentional results of years of legislative discussions, 2 And 2 years later, FinCEN has come out with a rule that far exceeds the scope of what was agreed to and imposes steep compliance deadlines when compared to what we enacted. This left many on this committee asking what went wrong. We cannot know for sure because this committee, and to the extent practicable, the public, do not have a window into the communication between Treasury and FinCEN. My provision in this bill aims to solve that by requiring the Department of Treasury to make the controlling documents available. While our colleagues in the Senate seem uninterested in discussing the consequences of FinCEN's beneficial ownership rulemaking or the necessary modernization of CTRs and SARs, this committee is committed to ensuring that the Treasury faithfully carries out the duties assigned to them by Congress. That's why the second provision of my bill included in this package requires the Director of FinCEN to testify before Congress annually for 5 more years. I think we can support enhanced transparency from FinCEN and the Department of Treasury, and I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on reporting H.R. 5472, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate, further amendment. There being none, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Ohio. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 5472, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlemen?
I'd ask for a
Vice Chair.
recorded vote, please.
Gentlemen ask for a recorded vote. If a recorded vote is requested, all those in favor shall raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. The vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5485, the Financial Privacy Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 5485, a bill to require the Secretary of the Treasury to provide for the greater transparency and protections with regard to Bank Secrecy Act reports and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Arkansas has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Arkansas, the Vice Chair of the committee, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman, for calling up my legislation, the Financial Privacy Act. I hope that it'll get a good bipartisan vote today, and I want to thank Mr. Himes and Mr. Sherman for their support in this issue. It's in the theme of making sure that we have the right oversight and the transparency of Americans' personal data as it relates to the Treasury Department. Even as this data has proliferated across the federal workspace, I'm proud that this committee has taken issues surrounding individual citizens' privacy very seriously. In 2018, our overhaul of CFIUS introduced new protections for all Americans' sensitive private data. This House provision now forms the basis of personal data safeguards in other parts of the federal government. The European Union's investment screening framework now highlights sensitive data as well. And over the course, in February, we debated and reported Chairman McHenry's Data Privacy Act, a very important bill, essential to our digital future, and I hope that it will see House floor action soon. The focus of these efforts was minimizing the risk of our data falling into the hands of companies and foreign governments. My bill today addresses privacy from a related but ultimately different angle. Each and every day, the Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, collects around 55,000 reports under the Bank Secrecy Act. This includes suspicious activity reports, currency transaction reports, and soon, in my opinion, unfortunately, beneficial ownership reporting. The scope of this collection by our own government is staggering. Since 2001, FinCEN has taken in, Mr. Chairman, over 350 million currency transaction reports and SARs, 350 million. And when beneficial ownership comes online, Treasury estimates that 32 million businesses will be implicated and impacted by that rule in the first year, with another 5 million added each year after that. That's a lot of reporting. Let's be clear, no one is arguing that financial institutions shouldn't help FinCEN by flagging suspicious activity. No one is arguing that. But at the same time, no one claims that this system is anywhere close to being right-sized. How many Bank Secrecy Act reports have led to anti-money laundering convictions? That question gets asked in this committee so frequently. How often do agencies outside Treasury request access to that data, and for what purpose? What protects Americans from unauthorized disclosure of a report with their personal details? No one outside of FinCEN knows the answers to these questions, and Congress needs the answers. And this is why it's especially true as the Treasury Inspector General completes a comprehensive audit of FinCEN's data management policies. The first installment of that audit, published just last month, should cause us deep concern. Not only does the IG criticize FinCEN for failing to adequately limit access to data that is inaccurate, duplicative, or highly sensitive, but it also notes that FinCEN retains Bank Secrecy Act data indefinitely. Indefinitely. My bill would let in much-needed sunlight to this obscure area in an all-encompassing regime at Treasury. First, it would require Treasury to deliver annual statistics on BSA data collection, including future beneficial ownership reports, so that Congress can come to grips with just what does FinCEN have as its reach, data collection practices, and disclosure risks. I believe that the numbers may lead Treasury itself to realize that BSA reports involve too much haystack and not enough needles. Second, this legislation will give Congress insights into the protocols that govern other agencies' access to FinCEN data, including access by our intelligence agencies. My legislation would allow us to understand these protocols contain, how many queries agencies submit in order to access data, and when these requests are denied, if ever. Finally, the bill would ask the Treasury Secretary to annually review these protocols so BSA data and its administration are tailored to law enforcement purposes that Congress has authorized. I'm pleased that these priorities are shared across our committee. The authorities that have been delegated to FinCEN over the past several decades are enormous, and we must be sure that they are wielded responsibly. I encourage all my colleagues to support the Financial Privacy Act and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? Ranking members recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill will fortify this committee's ability.
Please recognized for 5 minutes, sorry.
This bill will fortify this committee's ability to conduct oversight of financial crimes enforcement network, that is FinCEN, by mandating the provision of the boilerplate memorandum of understanding between FinCEN and the agencies that have earned access Bank Secrecy Act data. It also requires FinCEN to share with Congress some of the data about that access, providing essential context on who is accessing the information and how it's being used. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to come to the defense of the good people at FinCEN. They have worked with us very closely. I used to chair the Task Force on Terrorist Financing, and those men and women do a wonderful job. Do they need to tighten up their act over there, as the gentleman from Arkansas suggests? I think he's probably right. I think he's probably right. And we do need to right-size the amount of information that they're gathering and make sure that they're only gathering what is absolutely necessary for them to fulfill their responsibility from a law enforcement perspective. So I welcome the opportunity for the gentleman's legislation. I will support it, but I also ask him to join with me in keeping an eye on things so that we don't inhibit the core functions of FinCEN. And I yield to the gentleman.
I sure thank my friend from Massachusetts for yielding, and I certainly agree with him. We're all grateful for the law enforcement role at FinCEN, big time. And we just want to have a more intimate oversight of their collection. And this committee deserves that. And I think over the few years that I've been in Congress, it's insufficient, I would say. And sometimes that's hidden behind the idea that things are classified, and sometimes it's not. But we deserve that oversight. And a theme that you've seen both in Europe and in Mr. McHenry's privacy bill is a key component that I referenced, which is we keep the information indefinitely at FinCEN. And there's no really disclosure about that in the metrics. So I really think this bill, which has bipartisan support, is on the right, striking that right balance of supporting our law enforcement partners at Treasury, which are on the front line of stopping bad people doing bad things domestically and internationally, for which we're grateful, but also really getting a handle on how we can better use that data and protect people's privacy. And I thank my friend from Massachusetts, and I yield back to him.
I thank the gentleman, and I have nothing further. I agree. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate, any amendment? There being no further discussion or amendment to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment of the nature of substitute offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Being the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 5485, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, the vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5119, the Protect Small Business and Prevent Illicit Financial Activity Act. The clerk will report the bill, which we're distributing in advance.
H.R. 5119, a bill to amend Title 31 United States Code to provide small businesses with additional time to file beneficial ownership information and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Iowa has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance.
Mr. Chair, move to strike the last word.
Sorry, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
First, I would like to say thank you to my colleague across the aisle, Congresswoman Beatty, the ranking member of the National Security, Illicit Financing, International Financial Institutions Subcommittee, for her bipartisan work and joining with me on introducing this important piece of legislation. I value and appreciate the willingness of all of our members to work across the aisle to put forward common sense solutions to solve potentially devastating issues for our constituents across the country, and particularly in Iowa and Ohio. H.R. 5119, the Protect Small Business and Prevent Illicit Finance Activity Act, once enacted, would do two very important things. First, the legislation would fix a loophole created by the U.S. Department of Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement entity that would give the opportunity for companies to state that they were unable to obtain or unable to identify their true ownership, reflecting the accurate ownership of those companies. The inclusion of these options undermines the effectiveness of the Corporate Transparency Act Congress passed in 2020. And it roots out, or the intent is to root out shell companies by establishing a new reporting requirement for businesses. When FinCEN created this loophole, it opened the U.S. financial system open to criminal owners of shell and shelf companies, many of whom represent aggressive foreign nation states like China, Russia, and North Korea. According to reports, over 40,000 shell companies were operating with links to the Chinese Communist Party and directly to its leader Xi Jinping. These shell companies are able to profit from the loopholes created by FinCEN that directly jeopardize our national security, stealing our intellectual property and undermining our economy right here at home, all without the detection of the U.S. government. By fixing this and including this legislation, the government will be able to crack down on these nefarious businesses operating in near plain sight. In addition to rooting out our criminal shell companies, this bill will also make it easier for legitimate American businesses to comply with reporting requirements by extending the deadline while the government fixes this egregious loophole. I would like to thank the committee for taking this important legislation up today. I've been working with my local associates to spread the word about the forthcoming beneficial ownership requirements. I believe collectively we must move this legislation to the floor to provide the relief that small businesses, whether it be in the Hawkeye State or the Buckeye State or the entire U.S., need to stop China from undermining our national security. So once again, thank you to Ranking Member Beatty for joining me in introducing 5119. And Mr. Chair, I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Ohio seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member.
Gentlelady is
First,
recognized for 5 minutes.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me thank my colleague for working with us and in including us in what we're going to ask all of our members to please join us in supporting H.R. 5119. As he has so eloquently and adequately said, we have been doing a lot of work on this, and I want to say to you, my colleague, thank you to your staff and team in working with my staff and team, because they've put a lot of time in it. And I'm going to emphasize that a lot, because so often we come to committees and we're on the floor and people really don't see the good work that we're doing. They don't see how we're working together for whether it's business and the consumer, and it's just good government. So again, I want to thank you. And we've worked on this legislation because, as Congressman Nunn just said, is to ensure that small businesses have additional time to submit beneficial ownership information to FinCEN. And just as we are speaking, oligarchs, kleptocrats, and other criminals are using anonymous shell companies to engage in money laundering, terrorist financing, tax fraud, corruption, bribery, and a whole list of other illicit activity. The landmark CTA, Corporate Transparency Act, sought to prevent this illicit activity by imposing, for the first time, a federal requirement to identify beneficial owners of certain companies. While this is a critical step towards protecting our financial system from abuse, we must ensure that the business community is adequately informed and educated about new reporting requirements. This legislation extends the filing date to allow small businesses additional time to submit reports to FinCEN about their beneficial owners. This bill also remains true to the original intent, and I'm going to say that again. This bill remains true to the original intent of the statute, which, for example, provides existing firms no more than 2 years to begin filing. I want to be clear that the Corporate Transparency Act and FinCEN's implementation of the law is absolutely necessary and has the support of a broad coalition of stakeholders. And I'm going to list them, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. It's including businesses, financial institutions, anti-corrupt organization, law enforcement, and state government. Giving businesses more time to comply with the law will ensure that the CTA is effectively implemented and works the way Congress intended it to. This legislation is just good common sense solution to concerns we have heard from the business community. I would also like to note that FinCEN itself has responded to these concerns by publishing the Small Entity Compliance earlier this week, which helps businesses understand and comply with the beneficial ownership reporting rule. This guide provides key tools and resources to reduce the burden on the small business community, and it shows that FinCEN is actively working with us to improve outreach. And with that, thank you again, Congressman Nunn, and Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. I'm going to yield back my last minute because I know everybody is going to get on board and support this bill.
Gentlelady yields back.
Thank you.
Further discussion, further debate? Any amendment? Hearing no further discussion or... Sure. No further discussion or amendment on this bill. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of... Gentlelady from Colorado seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike
Gentlelady's-
the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in support of this important legislation. I agree that this is common sense, that we're coming together to solve the problems that have come up after trying to implement the law that we passed. I do want to briefly raise a concern that has been brought to my attention as banks and other financial institutions have started to implement the new Corporate Transparency Act requirements for the beneficial ownership registry. I've heard some reports that banks and financial institutions are discovering some unintended consequences in how the law is being implemented that will likely impact timely access to credit for small businesses. As written, the Corporate Transparency Act does not allow for a unique identifier such as a social security number or taxpayer identification number to be collected and maintained in the beneficial ownership registry. Failing to collect this information will likely have the impact of slowing down a small business's access to credit, often in the form of a no-interest line of credit or small business credit card that could be issued at a point of sale. This is a critical part of the onboarding process, and if a retailer cannot access information that matches and confirms the beneficial owner of a business by using a taxpayer identification number or social security number, they will not be able to approve credit in a timely manner. So this would require financial institutions to collect it separately, essentially duplicating efforts. And so I hope that this is an issue that we can work on together in a bipartisan way to continue to make sure that the legislation that we passed previously works for our businesses. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion, further debate? Any further discussion, further debate? Gentleman from Iowa seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
Chair. Very quickly, I just want to say,
To speak on the bill, underlying bill.
I want to thank Ms. Patterson for
sorry.
bringing this forward.
I'm sorry. I recognize the gentleman from Missouri.
I move to strike last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
And we need to yield to Mr. Nunn from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. Luetkemeyer. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Ms. Patterson for your team's work on this, for the recognition of this, and appreciate the fact where we want to be able to get to help both our small businesses across the board here. I do think that this bill has a great opportunity to move forward. I want to compliment Ms. Beatty again. She listed the 5 groups who are very much in favor of this, and it helps so many Americans. You look at the opposition side of this, and it's very clear there are 3 people opposed to this: Russia, China, North Korea. So continue to work with us on this. I think we're moving in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to this bill moving forward on the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I just one quick comment on this. I serve as the Vice Chairman of the Small Business Committee. This is a vitally important bill from the standpoint that the small businesses need more time to be able to comply, be able to understand the law, understand the rule, and be able to gather information that the banks are wanting. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate, or amendment to the bill? Hearing none, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Iowa. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. And the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 5119, as amended, report of the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The ranking members ask for a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. The vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5557, the Combating Foreign Surveillance Spyware Sanctions Act. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 5557.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Connecticut has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and that will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Himes, recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Ranking Member Waters and her staff for working with us over the last few days, and thanks to my friend French Hill, who has agreed to co-sponsor this bill. Mr. Chairman, this bill tackles the problem with spyware, which I've spent lots of time on in my capacity as the Ranking Member of the Intelligence Committee. For those who haven't followed along on this issue, spyware is a surveillance tool that can be installed on a device without a user knowing. It requires 0 clicks. That means that it doesn't need a user's permission. It doesn't require a suspicious website link, and it doesn't require a phishing email. Once spyware has been installed on a device, an attacker can readily access all files, photographs, and communications, including messages sent using encrypted messaging applications such as WhatsApp. The attacker can also access and turn on or off the device's microphone and camera for additional surveillance capabilities. Spyware can be used to track a person's location, monitor someone's internet activity, and steal private data. Mr. Chairman, this is not an abstract problem. This technology has been used against U.S. diplomats, members of the United States intelligence community, and around the world it is used against political dissidents, against journalists, and against those who are fighting for democracy against authoritarian regimes. Earlier this year, President Biden signed an executive order making it the policy of the United States government not to make operational use of this commercial spyware and to not purchase it from those who have engaged in selling it to malign actors. The bill we're discussing today builds on those efforts. It would give the president the authority to sanction foreign actors which make spyware available that has targeted United States government officials or members of the intelligence community. The targeting of U.S. government employees is, as I mentioned before, a growing problem. In March, the Washington Post reported that at least 50 U.S. government employees overseas in at least 10 countries had their mobile devices infected with commercial spyware. I can't stress enough how much of a vulnerability this is. The issue is not going away, and it's important that this committee send a message that using spyware to target U.S. officials and members of the intelligence community will not be tolerated. Mr. Chairman, I know there's some staff discussion about the scope of this bill, and it's good discussion. I'd like this bill limits sanctions to those who use the commercial spyware against U.S. government officials and the intelligence community. I think it's really important that we establish that we are not seeking to limit anybody's or the executive's authorities that may exist today on sanctions, but also that we work together to see if we can't expand those who would be sanctionable beyond just targeting U.S. government officials. And so I wonder if the gentleman would engage in a colloquy. Absolutely.
Delighted to yield time to the chairman.
I'll commit to continue to work with the gentleman so that we address spyware in a thoughtful way. This is the beginning of the process on Mr. Himes' legislation. We'll have opportunities to refine it further, and I look forward to continue that cooperation with the gentleman. I also recognize the gentleman sits in a special spot that only 2 members of this committee sit on, which is the House Select Committee on Intelligence. It's very important that that insight from this committee, that insight from that committee informs the committee process here. And seeing as, Mr. Himes, you and Mr. Hill from this committee have that insight from that committee to bring to here, you're also doing something important in the Intelligence Committee, which is informing that capacity for our nation and for the House of Representatives, the expertise from this committee and your personal background in financial services to make sure our intelligence community is the best and the envy of the world. And so I will absolutely work with you. I know the gentleman has expertise in this area and respect that highly, and we'll continue to work with you to refine this going to the floor and go through the committee process. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman, reclaiming my time. And thank you again for considering this bill today and engaging with us on this. And I also thank the Ranking Member Waters, and her staff for working with us. Urge a yes vote on the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The Ranking Member seeks recognition and is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move strike the last word. This bill establishes a new discretionary sanctions regime that targets the foreign manufacturers, sellers, and other knowing facilitators of foreign commercial spyware that is used to target U.S. government officials and intelligence community personnel. Given the stories that we've all heard about spyware being used to target journalists, dissidents, and others, it is a good thing to focus on changing the behavior of these foreign spyware companies and those who help to proliferate these privacy-violating software tools. The bill aligns with ongoing Biden administration efforts to curb the proliferation of foreign commercial spyware, and thus I support it. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back for the discussion, further debate. Gentleman from Illinois, Dr. Foster.
Yes, I had a question on this, whether...
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Strike the last word, yeah. I had a question whether you're going to target differently the manufacturers of the spyware that sell it irresponsibly to parties that abuse it, and how you're going to is there any differentiation there contemplated in this?
Will the gentleman yield?
To-
So to Mr. Foster's question, this bill is narrowly targeted at covered entities, which is primarily designed to be countries, but could also be the manufacturers of this spyware. The bill reads, knowingly develops, maintains, owns, operates, brokers, markets. So the language is quite broad, giving the discretionary authority not just against countries and individuals, but against those who would market, develop, et cetera, this technology.
Thank you. I think it's an important point for us to keep our eye on because, you know, if you develop these very powerful tools, you have a real responsibility to make sure they don't fall into the wrong hands. And there should be accountability when that happens, all the way up to the top of the supply chain. Thanks. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back for the discussion, for the debate, or amendment. Hearing none, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment of the nature of substitute offered by the gentleman from Connecticut. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 5557, as amendment, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote is requested. Those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the Committee Rules. The vote on this question is postponed. Next up, Waters. Okay. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5523, the Financial Access Improvements Act. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 5523, a bill to amend the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961 to include information in the International Narcotics Control Strategy Report.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from California, the ranking member, has an amendment in the nature of substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For decades, I have engaged closely with the people, businesses, and countries that make up the vibrant Caribbean region. This has included hosting, as chairwoman of this committee, a 2019 Financial Access Roundtable in Washington, D.C., which included the lead correspondent banks in the region and senior government officials, including heads of state. I also co-hosted a 2022 Financial Access Roundtable in Barbados with the nation's Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, attended by nearly a dozen heads of state, financial institutions, international financial institutions, and civil society. This event explored collaborative, concrete actions to address the loss of financial access, referred to as de-risking. To further probe these possible solutions and to highlight the U.S. and Caribbean impacts of this urgent problem, just 1 year ago, I chaired a full committee hearing on the issue of de-risking, and the Caribbean Prime Minister, Motley, served as historic witness, the first congressional witness from a foreign head of state in nearly 40 years. As the Prime Minister and other regional leaders have shared, the increasingly scarce access to financial services is a dramatic economic and security concern. This is especially true for the access to correspondent banking services, which provide the cross-border lifeline for companies that trade with the U.S., as well as for American diaspora families that send hard-earned money back home. Without these services, an island nation can be largely isolated from the United States and the world. and can make them dependent on China or Russia, which endeavor to step into our financial void. Financial crimes risk, real or perceived, is one of the many reasons that these banking services disappear or become so expensive that they are unaffordable. U.S. correspondent banks are required to evaluate risk for individual countries and customers under international standards and U.S. law and regulation. To evaluate this risk, banks look at information from many sources, including the annual International Narcotics Control Strategy Report, or from FinCEN, published by the United States Department. The FinCEN report examines efforts of key countries to attack the international drug trade. Volume 2 of the report covers each country's money laundering and financial crimes deficiencies. This volume is frequently cited as a basis for negatively judging the included nations, often resulting in the de-risking of businesses, local banks, and even whole countries. My bill, H.R. 5523, adds to the report further context on the anti-money laundering risk in each country. For example, the bill would require the report to include examples of improvements in each listed jurisdiction to the extent that such information is available. This might include the adoption of laws or regulations to prevent narcotics-related money laundering, enhanced enforcement actions taken by the country, such as regulatory penalties, criminal prosecutions and convictions, and asset seizures and forfeitures or status changes in international financial crime-related evaluations, such as those provided by the Financial Action Task Force or the International Monetary Fund. Moreover, my bill also tackles another cause of de-risking by pursuing greater consistency in Bank Secrecy Act exams across the federal financial agencies, increasing reliability on how the BSA is administered by regulators is expected to help reduce de-risking. The step that this committee is taking today has the potential to make improvements that could impact not only our Caribbean neighbors to the south, but for people all around the globe. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Generally yields back. The ranking member yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Strike the last word. The Department of State's International Narcotics Control Strategy Report is the United States government's annual country-by-country 2-volume report that describes the efforts to attack all aspects of international drug trade, chemical control, money laundering, and financial crimes. In addition to identifying countries in relation to illicit narcotics, this report is mandated to identify major money laundering countries. The report is required to give findings on each country's adoption of laws and regulations to prevent narcotics-related money laundering. The ranking members had a long-term interest here and engaged across hearings last Congress when she was the chair of this committee. We have a complicated set of relationships internationally with other countries. We want to make sure that we are smart about identifying our relationship with our friends and allies and don't have really unintended consequences of strange bank regulation to cut off banking relationships with allies and friends and neighbors. And so I commit to work with the ranking member on this subject matter of international debanking. We have this issue domestically, and that is for those, this is happening across the states, of certain states wanting to debank certain people that they don't find favorable to their political view, the dominant political view of that state. Find it in the left and the right. There are examples across this country. But when we have friends and neighbors that can't do business with us, have banking relationships with us, it is not in our interest to make that the case. We had a compelling testimony last Congress from a very good panel, and the Prime Minister of, oh my goodness, Barbados, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I need more coffee, I'm so sorry. Who has to be one of the most charming witnesses we've had before this committee, and sharp, very sharp, knows her law, and knows her diplomacy as well. So I think this highlights something very important for this committee. I commend the ranking member for continuing these efforts and look forward to continuing to work with her to effectuate better policy in these relationships. So I support the amendment, urge its adoption. Further discussion, further debate? I yield back. Further discussion, further debate, or amendment on this bill? The question now occurs on adopting the amendment in the nature of substitutes offered by the gentlewoman from California. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the adoption, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 5523 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ranking members ask for a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the Committee Rules. The vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5512, the Russia and Belarus Financial Sanctions Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 5512, a bill to require United States financial...
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from California has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank French Hill for co-leading this bill once again. I want to thank Joyce Beatty and Sylvia Garcia for co-sponsoring it. And I think we all want to thank President Zelensky for visiting us here in Washington, D.C., and demonstrating how important it is that we sanction Russia as long as it continues its war against Ukraine. That's established policy. We announced a big policy. We said that our financial institutions would no longer do business in Russia during the pendency of this war. And we provided a system where there could be waivers to that policy, and we have a waiver in place for those oil sales that meet the oil price caps, since our current strategy with regard to Russia is not to prevent oil exports, but rather to make sure that Russia makes far less money on them. We can also issue waivers in individual cases. So we have a good system if you look at it from a distance. The policy is our financial institutions don't do business. The executive branch has waiver authority. That's the system the American people believe is in force. But there's a hidden loophole, and that is that our sanctions don't apply to the subsidiaries of U.S. banks. So they can do through their sock puppet, they're foreign subsidiaries, so they can do through their sock puppets what we as a nation want to prohibit them from doing directly. Several American financial institutions have subsidiaries operating in Moscow, but the loophole is bigger than that. They can conduct business through their subsidiaries in Rio de Janeiro or Hong Kong or London or wherever. So obviously, if we want a real sanctions regime, we need to plug this loophole. And that's why Congress, the House of Representatives last year, and this committee passed this bill overwhelmingly. This bill passed 418 to 2. Then it was included in the 2023 NDAA through an amendment. In both cases, the Senate decided to prevent this from happening and to leave the loophole in place. Because that means that the big banks can still make money while the people of the United States can be told that we have sanctions in place. We need to pass this bill, and we need to put some pressure on the Senate to actually let it become law. Until then, our financial services sanctions on Russia have a very significant loophole, while the American people think that we actually have those sanctions in place. There is I want to make it plain. Those particular services that are consistent with American policy, whether it be oil exports subject to the oil price cap, or whether it be grain exports, could continue. The American people know that we support grain exports from Russia, but we do not want to see the other financial services being provided. So while we welcome Zelensky and we talk about how important it is, how we turn to the American taxpayer and spend tens of billions of their dollars, we can also turn to the biggest financial institutions, or a few of the biggest financial institutions in this country, and say they also have to do their part by actually stopping doing business with Russia and, of course, Belarus, its sock puppet as well. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Gentlelady from Texas seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm glad to support and co-sponsor this bill offered by Mr. Sherman that would require American banks to instruct their foreign branches to follow U.S. sanctions laws on Russia and Belarus. This bill passed the House with overwhelming bipartisan support last Congress, both as a standalone bill and as part of the House version of the NDAA. Introduced in the aftermath of Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine, the need for this bill remains as Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine continues. Congress must continue to stand firm in our opposition to Russian aggression. Supporting Ukraine is vital, supremely vital to our national security interests. Foreign subsidiaries of U.S. financial institutions should be brought into compliance with U.S. sanctions on Russia and Belarusian banks and individuals. This bill will help strengthen the impact of these sanctions and make sure that this impact is felt as intended. I thank Mr. Sherman for his leadership in reintroducing this piece of legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it today and to show our strong support for Ukraine. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further discussion, further debate? Hearing no further discussion or amendment to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 5512, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the Committee Rules. The vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5524, the Foreign Affiliates Sharing Pilot Program Extension Act. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 5524.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from Texas has an amendment in the nature of substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature
Without
of a
objection, the
substitute.
amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to speak in support of the amendment in the nature of substitute for my bill, H.R. 5524, the Foreign Affiliates Sharing Pilot Program Extension Act. This legislation is straightforward and common sense. This bill is designed to support a pilot program on the sharing of suspicious financial activity that passed both chambers and became law in the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2020. The pilot program allows financial institutions to share information related to suspicious information reports with their foreign branches, subsidiaries, and affiliates and combat illicit finance risks. Put simply, this program is designed to promote transparency and prevent illegal financial activity. This pilot program is a provision originally passed out of the Financial Services Committee unanimously in my colleague Mr. Cleaver's Counter Act of 2019 with strong support from committee Republicans. My bill was also included as an amendment to the bipartisan House-passed FY23 NDAA bill, but unfortunately just did not make it in the final version that became law. This pilot program already exists only on a case-by-case basis. Currently, FinCEN can give approvals to individual institutions to do exactly what this program is designed to do, such as for preparation of a joint suspicious activity report. Additionally, FinCEN has already issued a notice of proposed rulemaking for the pilot program, though no final rule has yet been issued. Bottom line, it is not started. Currently, this pilot project is authorized for 3 years as of January 2021. However, the program has yet to begin, so this straightforward bill offers a technical fix. With the passage of this bill, this pilot program will be authorized for 3 years following the actual enactment of the rule rather than enactment of the bill, allowing ample time to measure its success. Mr. Chairman, I'm proud to support this pilot program, which my colleagues supported on a bipartisan basis as it became law. Again, it simply changes the time clock. I remain committed to promoting financial transparency, both domestically and internationally, and simply extending this program offers another opportunity to do so. I want to also emphasize that this bill makes no substantive changes to anything about the program. It simply changes the time clock. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The ranking member seeks recognition.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
On January 1, 2020, Congress overrode Trump's attempt to tank the reauthorization of the National Defense Authorization Act, America's annual defense bill. Fortunately, Congress overturned his veto, and as a result, it also passed the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2020. This bill, the first major change to our nation's anti-money laundering regime in 20 years, contained a number of reforms, including sharing information to improve the deterrence and detection of financial crime. The Foreign Affiliates Sharing Pilot Program was one such reform, designed to permit financial institutions to share select Bank Secrecy Act information with foreign branches, subsidiaries, and affiliates. The goal was to promote risk management across a multinational company while ensuring adequate safeguards are in place to protect the confidentiality of BSA reports. The rulemaking to design the pilot program has been noticed, but Treasury has not yet issued the final rule starting the pilot program. Unfortunately, the statute set an expiration date of January 1, 2024. Ms. Garcia's bill will move this date to 3 years after the pilot begins, thus allowing FinCEN to complete the rulemaking process and continue the full program as Congress intended. So I support this bill, and I urge its adoption. Thank you, and I yield back.
Further discussion, further debate, or amendment? Hearing none. The question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 5524, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. The vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5403, the CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act. The clerk will report the bill, which is distributed in advance.
H.R. 5403, a bill to amend the Federal Reserve Act to prohibit the Federal Reserve banks from offering certain products or services directly to an individual, to prohibit the use of central bank digital currency for monetary policy and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute. to H.R. 5403.
Without objection, the amendment that is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Ranking member?
I object to treating the ANS as a base.
The amendment in the nature of substitute, there is an objection to the amendment, the ANS being considered as base text. The amendment in the nature of substitute will be considered as a first-degree amendment for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 5 minutes. The whip is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry. I'm extremely proud to have this legislation that, frankly, I've been working on for 3 years at least. The CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act included in your markup today. It's the first anti-central bank digital currency legislative effort introduced in the United States and for the past 2 Congresses. And we've worked with my colleagues and with stakeholder groups to update, improve, and grow support for this bill. Today, this bill has the support of 60 members of Congress and groups ranging from the Independent Community Bankers Association and American Bankers Association to Club for Growth, Heritage Action, and the Blockchain Association. We've come a long way. This bill is simple. It halts the efforts of this administrative state under President Biden from issuing a financial surveillance tool that will undermine the American way of life. Unlike decentralized cryptocurrencies, a central bank digital currency is a digital form of sovereign currency that is designed and issued by a government and transacts on a digital ledger that is controlled by that government. In short, a central bank digital currency is a government-controlled, programmable money that, if not designed to emulate cash, could give the federal government the ability to surveil and restrict Americans' transactions. This is not just alarming, it's downright un-American. We've already seen examples of governments weaponizing their financial system against their citizens. In China, the Communist Party is using a central bank digital currency to track the spending habits of its citizens. The data is being used to create a social credit system that rewards or punishes people based on their behavior. Closer to home, in the Western Hemisphere in Canada, the Trudeau administration froze the bank accounts of individuals involved in the 2022 trucker protests. That might work in Canada, that doesn't work here. This appetite for financial surveillance may be gaining a stronghold, unfortunately, right here at home. The White House issued an executive order placing urgency on central bank digital currency research and development, and the agency reports to that executive order have made it clear that the Biden administration is not only itching to create a CBDC, but they are willing to trade Americans' right to financial privacy for a surveillance-style central bank digital currency. We're not going to let this happen. My bill ensures the United States digital currency policy is in the hands of the American people, not the administrative state, so that it reflects our American values of privacy, individual sovereignty, and free market competitiveness. American values. This is what the future global digital economy needs. If not open, permissionless, and private like cash, just like cash, a central bank digital currency is nothing more than a CCP-style surveillance tool that can be weaponized to oppress the American way of life. If China embraces it, you know it's something worth standing against in this country. I'd like to welcome all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill, which protects innovation and defends against an ever-expanding government surveillance state. Thank you again, Chairman McHenry and Congressman Hill, for working with me on this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman, the author of the bill, yields back. Mrs. Waters of California is recognized to strike the last word. Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. In the previous 2 Congresses, I and Democrats on this committee led the effort to explore central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs, and the role they could play in the U.S. and the global financial system. Through the important research of the Federal the Fed, and its reserve banks on this issue, as well as Treasury, the White House's Office of Science and Technology Policy, and others, we have learned that a CBDC has the potential to improve our payment system, including the ability to make quicker and safer cross-border payments between institutions. However, I recognize that there are still several challenges that we must continue to explore, including with regard to consumer protection, national security, and financial inclusion. Unfortunately, this bill, which I will call the CBDC Anti-Innovation Act, introduced by Representative Emmer, would permanently shut down the important work the Fed is doing to research a potential U.S. CBDC and the benefits different types of CBDCs could bring to our payment system. Specifically, it would prevent the Fed from issuing a CBDC directly to an individual as well as on a wholesale level between banks. Our continued research on CBDCs could be critical to maintaining our position as the principal global reserve currency. We don't know at this point how CBDCs could shape the global financial landscape. We do know that 130 countries around the world are racing to develop and implement a CBDC. What will happen if CBDCs issued by other central banks gain traction as a preferred method of payment in international trade transactions? Are we comfortable allowing the Chinese yuan or currencies from other countries to overtake the U.S. dollar as the principal global reserve currency? I, for one, am not. Nevertheless, instead of taking steps to ensuring the United States wins the digital currency space race against emerging powers like China, Republicans are making baseless attacks against a CBDC that does not even exist. This bill is not only an unnecessary diversion, it may ultimately restrict the Fed and Treasury from continuing their important research and testing. This bill would unnecessarily hinder innovation before we've had a chance to fully explore CBDC's potential benefits and challenges. For these reasons, I would urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Would you yield to Mr. Lynch?
Yes, I will yield to Mr. Lynch.
Thank you. I just have some, obviously I'm opposed to this bill, but I do have some questions about the way this is drafted. Mr. Chairman, I see the member has left, but from my reading, just reading the text of this, and I'm not, this is not a substantive, this is a procedural question. It appears that the addition of Section 5 on the bill would negate Sections 2 and all of Sections 3 and 4 in the bill. It speaks against itself. So I'm just looking for some guidance from the drafter. He said he spent several years on this. And so specifically Section 5, right, if you read Section 5, it would prohibit the issuance of a CBDC altogether absent congressional authorization, whereas Section 2, 3, and 4 would only prohibit the issuance of a CBDC subject to certain terms. So there's two definitions in there of the gentleman's prohibition. And I'm just curious as to which one he wants, because under this, as I said before, Section 5 effectively negates, internally in this bill, it negates Sections 2 and parts of Section 2 and all of Sections 3 and 4 in the bill. And so it attacks itself. So I'm just looking to get an answer on that, Mr. Chairman. Maybe we could refer it to council, committee council. That would be great. I just want to know what I'm arguing against, and there's a difference here. There's two different descriptions that he's laid out.
You yield back to the ranking member?
I do, yes.
The gentlelady's time has expired. I recognize the gentleman from Ohio for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I thank the chairman, and I thank the author of the bill, and frankly, the bipartisan coalition that has worked to be clear that
there is no authorization for anyone in the United States of America to establish a central bank digital currency. And I think the language of this bill is important because we should be clear that it should halt any effort by the central bank, the Federal Reserve, to develop a central bank digital currency. By all means, research them, study them, understand how they work, because they're antithetical to Western civilization. Frankly, they're antithetical to our way of life in the United States of America, and allowing the Federal Reserve to continue doing what they're doing, literally recruiting and hiring people in the San Francisco Fed office to build a central bank digital currency, is the financial equivalent of allowing the Empire from Star Wars to build the Death Star, so long as they promise not to turn it on. It's incredibly foolish for the United States to build a currency system that is copying the Chinese Communist Party's system of coercion and control. There are countries around the world developing central bank digital currencies, and they're all doing it the same way as China. A centrally managed, centrally controlled, i.e. intermediated by the central government, database that disrupts money's proper function, which is a stable store of value and efficient means of exchange, and corrupts it into something that is universally depicted as evil. Whether you're talking about Scripture in the book of Revelation or dystopian fictions like 1984 or Brave New World, the money is always corrupted in this way, and it's always evil. Why would the United States need to work on an evil system of money? We need to preserve what this bill says is still preserved, a permissionless, peer-to-peer payment system like cash, something that does not have an intermediary between the owner of private property and the government. The person that you want to trade with, you ought to be able to trade with. The reality is central bank digital currency effectively eliminates private property. All of your money is on deposit with the central bank, and you only have a claim to it. And the claim then is conditioned upon whatever the central government ultimately establishes. You can't transact, you can't trade, you can't move that store of value. And the idea that this is somehow going to help the unbanked is insane. Because when you ask the unbanked, why are you unbanked? A lot of it is because of surveillance capitalism. Our current banking system already has too much of a police state on it. The government is already an intermediary between people and their capital. Frankly, the way that you prevent that is by carrying cash. And I'm really encouraged by the bipartisan nature of bills that protect the ability for our cash, which says legal tender for all debts public and private, to continue to be the payment system where people can transact in retail business. If you're open to the public, you ought to be accepting cash. And we moved a bill in a bipartisan way last Congress to do just that. Once you digitize the money, it should have the same characteristics. And a central bank digital currency inherently is the opposite of that. It is a permissioned, intermediated system for coercion and control. A permissionless system would be something more similar to Bitcoin. You could digitize it. And frankly, that's why a lot of people have been drawn in the unbanked and underbanked community to cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, because there is no third party between you and the value that you own and have created. You can move that value very efficiently across space because it's digitized. That's a feature that people could say, well, central bank digital currencies could do that, but not in the same way. They want an intermediary to be between you and your money. And frankly, the core of that is the essence of our Keep Your Coins Act that I wish would be more bipartisan, because it is the same characteristics of cash in a digital form. And that is the way you help the unbanked and the underbanked. I support Mr. Emmer's bill, and I urge all of our colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio yields back. Mr. Sherman of California is recognized to strike the last word.
I'm struck by the hypocrisy of the advocates of cryptocurrency. They come in and they say cryptocurrency is wonderful because it's digital and it's high-tech and it's innovative, and then they propose a bill which, in the words of the ranking member, is an anti-innovation bill. They tell us we must oppose everything that China or Russia does, and of course China and Russia involve themselves in crypto. There is a balance between law enforcement on the one hand and privacy on the other. And I'm willing to accept the current balance. What is that current balance? We have $100 bills, but we don't have $10,000 and $100,000 bills, so we make it hard to carry as much cash as the gentleman would have us carry. We have outlawed the $1 million and the $10 million bearer bonds to make it easy to carry large amounts of value without any fingerprints on it. At the same time, we have a private banking system, and the government access is through the Know Your Customer anti-money laundering. But the patriotic anarchists will not accept this current balance. They want the $1,000 bill and the $100,000 bill, or better yet, a digital version thereof. They want a system in which huge amounts of money are made and concealed. And they describe the U.S. government as Darth Vader. No, it is not right for all the power in this world to be in the hands of the crypto bros. It is appropriate for the American people and their democratically elected institutions to have a role in finance. What is the effort of cryptocurrency here? I think it will be unsuccessful, but it's trying to become a currency. One of those efforts is to try to make the dollar as impaired as possible, because that's its competition. To do that, try to prevent the dollar from being digital. Now, I'd prefer a digital system run by a private banking system. That is our current weighing of the balance between privacy and law enforcement. But to stop all innovation on the one hand, while trying to pave the road for the crypto bros on the other, shows where they're trying to go. Now, keep in mind, this is a pilot program. Keep in mind, no one has to have any no one has to have any digital currency. And keep in mind, we already have, in effect, a digital system with the Treasury. It's called Treasury Direct, and you buy U.S. bonds directly from the Treasury, and the Treasury knows you own those bonds. So we have a system now that is voluntary, where you can have an account with the Treasury. This bill, this system gives us a chance to take it into the 21st century. So what is the object of those who want a totally unaccountable, untraceable, Wild West system? It is to make the income tax a tax only on wage earners. I'm here to tell you, as the former head of the second largest tax agency in the country, if we go to a system in which crypto is the method of exchange and the store of value, then those who earn wages will pay taxes, and for everyone else, it will be a voluntary contribution. As Sam Bankman-Fried has demonstrated, crypto is perfect for hiding from your creditors, and while his body may be in jail, his money cannot be found. And it is a perfect system it's usually men hiding their assets from the family court. So the patriotic anarchists want to hobble the dollar, promote crypto, go to a system in which we go totally toward privacy and zero to law enforcement. They describe any attempt to enforce American laws as the action of Darth Vader and the Empire. And all I can say is it appears, and I say this reluctantly, that every time a billionaire cheats on his taxes, a member of the Freedom Caucus earns his wings. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back On that note, the chair recognizes himself to strike the last word for 5 minutes. Well, I want to rise in support of Mr. Emmer's legislation, and I want to recognize members of this body on both sides of the aisle that have worked on this exact legislation now for months to simply say that the Federal Reserve Bank and the U.S. Treasury may not implement a central bank digital currency without a specific act of Congress. So I want to thank Congressman Auchincloss from Massachusetts, who worked with me on our bill on this matter, and we had co-sponsors, Mr. Torres of New York, Mr. Nickel of North Carolina. I want to thank them for their engagement in our Power of the Mint Act. And I think this is a strong bipartisan view that we saw in our hearing last week, that people on both sides of this aisle agree that we cannot issue a central bank digital currency by the United States government without an act of Congress. And I want to thank my friend Dr. Foster from Illinois. He and I have, going back, I think, to the summer of 2018, have worked with Treasury and the Federal Reserve to try to understand their thoughts around this and the issues around the possibility of a central bank digital currency. Our hearing last week was clear that there are a lot of concerns about this and a lot of concerns in the private sector about it. And I think those are reflected in the design of Mr. Emmer's bill. And I would take issue with one thing that was said earlier, that somehow this Emmer legislation prohibits people having a meeting about this at the Treasury or the Federal Reserve, or continue to consider the pros and cons and design elements. It certainly does not do that, so it doesn't prohibit that kind of continued analysis. Moreover, as Mr. Sherman just noted, there are many ways the U.S. payment system can be modernized through modifications to the existing payment system infrastructure and the innovations being led by the private sector. And I think that's a key point. We heard testimony about real-time payments before this committee, and also the potential of banks using blockchain for those real-time payments. So you're right, in a big, robust country like the United States with excellent payment systems, excellent payment choice, we don't have the same issues that maybe some authoritarian governments or some small countries have when they think about payments. We have a robust payment system in this country, as noted by Mr. Sherman. So what I've done with Mr. Auchincloss's bill, we amended the Emmer base text bill, we thought, to improve it. And I think that contributed maybe to Mr. Lynch's question. Mr. Auchincloss and I amended Section 16 of the Federal Reserve Act, which governs how the Fed and the Fed Bank's authority to issue notes. We thought that, after talking to Treasury and Fed, was the right code section. So we made that suggestion, Mr. Emmer, and he accepted it. He had originally amended Section 13, which dealt with the regional banks. And we also added a definition of a central bank digital currency that's broad enough to prevent any loopholes, but narrow enough not to implicate any digital assets that are open, permissionless, private, and fully preserves the privacy and protections of money as we know it today. We think that was an important change to the bill that Mr. Emmer also accepted. And then finally, the other suggestion that was in the Auchincloss-Hill bill that we asked Mr. Emmer to suggest was closing off any potential loopholes by preventing the Treasury from directing the Federal Reserve Board of Governors to issue a CBDC without an act of Congress. This is the core point. And Mr. Emmer accepted that. So in response to Mr. Lynch, your comments, I would say, in the Emmer bills, he offers limitations, design limitations that might be considered in a CBDC. For example, don't have individual accounts of individual consumers. He puts that in his bill. He also limits that that if it were designed and if it were permissionless, that would be something that he had as a design element. And finally, that it couldn't be used for monetary policy. So in his original text—
Would the gentleman yield?
No, let me finish my point. We got plenty of time to talk about this, hours, we have all afternoon. That he offered those things, and I simply came back with Mr. Auchincloss and said that no matter what the design elements are outlined in Mr. Emmer's bill, it can't be done without an act of this Congress. So my time is expired, and I now recognize you, Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Yeah, thank you. Just in terms of that, look, there's an internal inconsistency in the bill itself, and you can explain all you want, but when you read the bill, it defeats, part of the bill defeats other sections in the bill. So I would like, with all due respect, I would like to refer it to committee counsel and have them look at it, and you figure out how to fix this bill because it defeats itself in sections. That's what I'm saying.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I want to, you're right, we got all afternoon, so I'll keep my time for now. Look, the Federal Reserve and the President's Working Group on this have issued their directives in terms of what they're aiming to do with developing a central bank digital currency. And primary in their approach, and I ask unanimous consent to submit Money and Payments, the U.S. Dollar in the Age of Digital Transformation, issued by the Federal Reserve Research and Analysis Department, Board of Governors for the Federal Reserve. I'd like to...
Without objection.
Okay. So it says right in the bill, right in the report, what the goals are of the Federal Reserve in doing this, and it is to preserve the privacy of consumers, to preserve the privacy in the architecture. So, look, China designed a CBDC to surveil their own people, right? We don't have to do that. We can design a CBDC, the architecture of which is still under development. This is very, very new. We can develop something that will protect consumer privacy, to protect the privacy of American citizens. That should be the goal. It is the stated goal of the Federal Reserve and the folks at MIT and the Boston Fed with respect to the Hamilton Project, which is geared towards, asking some of the main questions that we have around a central bank digital currency. But that process is still ongoing. So I just want to point out as well, this bill does nothing for privacy for American citizens. American citizens are losing their privacy every day because of the private sector that we have right now that allows total, full-spectrum surveillance of American citizens on every purchase that they make during the day, even their movements. And what happens is every time we click I agree on one of these apps and go about our business online, making purchases, all of that is recorded. It's gathered by data aggregators. It's sold to other companies. And because of what is going on right now in the private sector, Americans have lost their right to privacy.
Would the gentleman yield on that?
No, not on that point, no. And what is happening is, under third-party doctrine, any country in the world can purchase that information, specifically tied to individual U.S. citizens. You can only have protection of privacy if you have a reasonable expectation of privacy, right? And when an American citizen puts all their information out in the private sector and it's available to 200 different retailers and banks and other governments, there is no expectation of privacy. That's our problem here. So the private sector doesn't operate in a way that wants to protect the privacy of American citizens. They want to exploit it. It's how they do business. And the way to stop that is here. We have control over the Treasury. We have tremendous influence over the Fed to direct them to come up with an architecture that protects the privacy of individual citizens. Because we know what the private sector model is, and that is full spectrum surveillance of everything that Americans do and aggregating it, tracking people, and then selling it. It's that's their business model. And we have the ability to change the design here. And this will quash research in this area. We're allowing 130 other countries that are all researching this CBDC idea, we're allowing them to take the initiative away from the United States, plain and simple. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Important conversation. The Constitution of the United States is unambiguous. In Article 1, Section 8, granting only Congress the authority, exclusive authority to coin money, regulate the value thereof, and a foreign coin. This is not an archaic provision or open for interpretation. It's a foundational element of our republic designed to keep such monumental authority, and I emphasize monumental, within the hands of the people's elected representatives. The Fed Reserve or any other elected, non-elected body, unelected body should not usurp this constitutional responsibility by issuing a CBDC, a central bank digital currency, whether wholesale or retail. Doing so would not only be a breach of our Constitution, but likely opened up a lot of Pandora's box of privacy concerns. Physical cash provides a level of privacy and freedom that is unmatched by digital transactions. It allows Americans to engage in voluntary exchange without the oversight or potential interference of third parties. With a digital currency, every transaction, in theory, be traced, monitored, and logged, creating an unprecedented surveillance opportunity that could be misused. The mere potential of such a detailed financial tracking system really could have a chilling effect on the freedom and liberties that Americans value. Privacy is not merely a modern concern, but a fundamental freedom. Therefore, I stand in strong support of Mr. Emmer's bill. The CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act, this important piece of legislation aligns with our founding principles, and this bill preserves the clear intent of the Constitution and the authority of this Congress.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield? I thank the gentleman for yielding him. I'd like to respond to Mr. Lynch's good points that he made on privacy. First, yes, if one were to issue a CBDC, I'm sure somebody could craft a way to enhance its privacy. The whole point is that if one were to do that, you would have an act of Congress and make that a particular key component of that design element. We're simply saying that it can't be issued without that act of Congress, and thereby, on the governmental point of view that he makes, I think that's a terrific point and one that would be fundamental, just like any impact on monetary policy or gutting the community bank of all their deposits that would go and gravitate towards this government solution. So that's point one he mentions on governmental privacy. On private sector data sweeping by the private sector, then I would hope the gentleman would reconsider his no vote on Mr. McHenry's H.R. 1165 on a nationwide privacy standard, which I think this country needs in order to enhance our own rights to our data ownership, our own rights to data privacy, our own rights to cyber protection on authentication of that data. That can be achieved by supporting Mr. McHenry's Bill 1165 that will protect our data that is out there in the private sector. We just heard testimony and discussion a few minutes ago about 350 million pieces of evidence sitting over at the Treasury on private sector activity, these giant, enormous government databases which have been hacked, both the IRS and others, Office of Personnel Management and others, do present tremendous targeting by bad actors. So, in summary, on privacy, if one were to issue a CBDC pursuant to an act of Congress, sure, it could be designed with privacy at its heart, in my view, potentially. And secondly, if you're really concerned about what's happening right now, about checking yes on terms of conditions and the violation of your data ownership rights and privacy rights in the private sector, I hope that all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will support H.R. 1165. Let me yield back to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Davidson.
Yeah, I think Mr. Hill, thank Mr. Muser for addressing those concerns, and that's exactly right. I mean, Gramm-Leach-Bliley is an important privacy protection for the financial services sector, but it is outdated, and that's why we thought we would have a bipartisan approach to address privacy and the abuse of our data. Really, we are in a period of surveillance capitalism, but we shouldn't kid ourselves. A lot of the data that's being collected that some of my colleagues gloss over the fact, the whole reason they're collecting the data in the first place is the government makes them collect it. Frankly, if you don't agree to spy on your customers, you don't get to operate a bank in the United States. You don't get to operate a money service business in the United States. So you essentially get permission from the government to act as a financial services institution so long as you spy on your customers. And that's the heart of our Bank Secrecy Act, our anti-money laundering laws, our Know Your Customer laws, and our newly created beneficial ownership mandates. And so it isn't like the government is passive in this. We already know the government wants to abuse the power to spy on citizens without a warrant. We had a bipartisan bill that said move through judiciary, totally bipartisan. Pramila Jayapal, the leader of the Progressive Caucus, and I worked together to move a bill that prevents the government from buying data that they would otherwise have to get a warrant or a subpoena. We've got a complementary bill that I hope will do the similar thing, which does close a loophole Mr. Lynch addressed, which is foreign governments buying our data. And we should be using our export controls to make sure that no foreign entity can buy.
Mr. Davidson,
I'm sorry, I looked at the clock the wrong way, and
I did too, and I want to apologize to my colleagues.
The time has expired.
And not that his words aren't amazing, but time has expired. The gentleman of Pennsylvania. We will make that time up to the minority, and now we recognize the one and only professor from Chicago, Dr. Foster, to strike the last word.
Now, as a researcher, not a professor, I was wise enough to stay away from universities in my career. But, as a scientist, I'm very leery when I see legislation that prevents research and experiments and pilot programs. It just sets an alarm for me. It means that someone suspects that they know the answer isn't what they hope it will be and want to suppress it. And it's a big red flag for me. And there is a philosophical difference that we're seeing on display here. During the hearings last week, a majority of the Republican witnesses apparently felt like the Bank Secrecy Act was unconstitutional. Okay, and that's a real difference in attitudes here. I'd also like to make the simple point that all of us already have an account with the federal government. When you say, "Oh, I'm going to apply this year's tax refund to next year's tax payment," guess what? You have a balance with the federal government. And I'd also like to point out that with a huge majority of the American public, the idea of a permissionless, untraceable electronic currency is a non-starter. That is simply a code for ransomware, fentanyl sales, money laundering, human trafficking, everything that we're seeing here, and we should not have the government standing behind such products circulating. They damage people enormously, and I think we also should recognize the ground truth that the poorest among us, the unbanked and so on, have been on balance damaged by crypto, that it has been used to siphon money out of financially unsophisticated people into the pockets of fraudsters, and that is the net result of crypto from that point of view. And so the countries that are looking at this have a more mature attitude that they want privacy, but that has to be controlled privacy. You have to be able, if you have a completely untraceable, permissionless system, that can, by definition, never be subpoenaed. There has to be a transparent legal regime where you can actually go to a trusted court system and find out what the heck happened. And it's not something that should happen by default. It should not happen for every transaction. But when a crime has been committed, I think it is something that the vast majority of Americans support, the concept that the government can, after we've proven a crime has been committed, that there be a mechanism to figure out where the money flowed behind it. And that's why the vast majority of the American public supports the Bank Secrecy Act and that sort of philosophical approach to this, as does essentially every country that is actually researching central bank digital currencies. So, this discussion will obviously continue, but I certainly don't support the bill as it exists, and yield back. Yeah, I'll yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Lynch.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman yielding the time, and I appreciate his thoughtful comments on this issue. And I agree with him that this bill suppresses research within the United States on a very important issue. I want to read from a document that we just, the chairman just agreed to accept into the record. This is from the Federal Reserve Research and Analysis report. It says privacy protection, page 13. Protecting consumer privacy is critical. Any CBDC would need to strike an appropriate balance, however, between safeguarding the privacy rights of consumers and affording the transparency necessary to deter criminal activity. Exactly the point that the gentleman from Illinois just raised. So we have 130 countries out there that are researching central bank digital currency. There are 12 that already have pilots ongoing. The European Union expects to do their rollout in 2028. So what we're doing in this bill is we're shutting down the United States operation. We're suppressing the research because you're saying you can't do this. Oh, and by the way, the Federal Reserve has never said that they did not look to Congress for direction on this. They did not say they would issue it on their own. As a matter of fact, in their report, they raised several questions that they would like Congress to weigh in on. They wanted to get Congress's input and other stakeholders' input on what kind of design decisions should be made during the development process for a CBDC. So they welcomed and acknowledged Congress's role in this. They do not reject it, and that's just a deep state trope that we're hearing over and over again with respect to the actions of different agencies. There are 130 countries out there researching central bank digital currencies. And this bill would shut that down in the United States. So the decisions on architecture, just as we have seen, China, their design is geared towards total surveillance of their citizens. The EU will have a different idea and different set of priorities, I guarantee, in terms of where they want to go next. They'll be different. The key part is that because of this bill, the U.S. our voices, our priorities will not be reflected in the final design of a CBDC. We're forfeiting our opportunity to weigh in and have U.S. priorities implemented in any future CBDC. I understand I've gone over.
Or an equivalent amount of time.
Yes, you have equalized the imbalance. So
Correct.
Well done.
The time has expired, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
Move to strike the last word.
For 5 minutes. Gentleman is recognized.
I always enjoy listening to my friend from Massachusetts. He's a smart guy. He's thoughtful. Mr. Lynch, thank you for engaging in this debate. What I would say to my friend from Massachusetts, though, is that our voices are being expressed here, and it's being expressed in the form of Mr. Emmer's bill. The United States of America is not a surveillance state, never has been, never will be, shouldn't be. We need to counter China by being the best version of ourselves. We shouldn't try to be like China by replicating China, imitating China, or being more like China. And so this bill expresses that sentiment that yes, we're going to innovate and we're going to lead on blockchain and we're going to lead on digital assets, but we're going to do so the American way. And the way we do that is decentralized and private, and we respect privacy and individuals. We don't do this by centralizing it in a central bank. That's the idea. And I want to thank Congressman Emmer for working on this bill to clear up any ambiguity one could try to exploit regarding the Federal Reserve's existing authorities. I was very heartened to hear the chairman of the Federal Reserve testify in front of this committee and say that no, he and the Fed does not have the authority without congressional authorization to pursue a CBDC. Just last week, we held a hearing to cut through the noise surrounding a potential CBDC, and it is critical that Congress fully understand the potential consequences that come with both a direct and intermediated retail CBDC. From the beginning, committee Republicans emphasized that any U.S. CBDC must be authorized by Congress, and the chairman of the Federal Reserve agrees. It is becoming more and more common to hear constituents back home voice their concerns regarding the federal government's intrusion into financial privacy, and they look at China and they fear that a Fed-issued digital currency is on track to be the next digital yuan. We don't want the federal government tracking the American people's personal, private financial transactions. That's not who we are as a country. And so we can achieve the innovation potential of blockchain and the immediacy of payments and the frictionless payments future with what we did in July. And that is to create a regulatory framework for stablecoin, where we have competition and innovation in the private sector, where we honor the privacy of Americans' financial choices. We need to be clear, the US dollar will never and should never replicate the digital yuan. The CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act would ensure that. I urge my colleagues to support and pass this legislation. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I think I just yield back, but
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
I will yield to the chairman.
The gentleman's time remaining. I just want to make the point to all of our colleagues that the bill does not prevent studying anything. You can study. By all means, research it, document it, write papers. You can hire people to study it. What you can't hire is people to build it. You can't start building a central bank digital currency without Congress authorizing it. And that's the sentiment behind this bill, that the Federal Reserve can't launch some new system of money because the Constitution clearly reserves that authority for here. That's the sense of this bill. It is wrong to mischaracterize it as some anti-innovation, anti-technology approach, when the reality is you can research it all you want. I do think it does express, though, the sense that this body does not want, with the language that this bill says, a system where the government becomes an intermediary between a person and their money. It says that it supports the development of a permissionless system of money that has the characteristics of cash. So it does express a will of the people in that sense, and it should guide and direct future development and research in that sense, which is a course correction, because frankly, right now, what they're working on is a centrally intermediated system of money. And yes, they do mention the importance of striking the right balance of privacy, but they never mention the idea of a permissionless system, which is totally technologically feasible. So I do think it's important to make that point, that you can study any system that you desire at the Federal Reserve or Treasury.
Thank you, and I'm happy to yield. Well, I don't have any more time.
The gentleman's time has expired, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. I move to strike the last word. And,
Recognized.
I'm just really a little perplexed, and Mr. Chairman, I just, this whole notion of surveillance capitalism being the reason why people are unbanked, and government surveillance and all the things that you're talking about, I just don't think that the average person in my district even knows what surveillance capitalism is. I'm not sure all the members of this committee do, and it seems to me that it's getting a little far from what's at heart. And rather than try to talk about it much more, let me just say that I'm against this bill. But I'll yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Lynch so that he can further articulate some of the reasons many of us are against this bill. I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Lynch.
Am I recognized?
Gentleman, Mr. Lynch is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Her time, she
And I
yielded.
thank the gentlelady from Texas for yielding her time. Look, you can say, okay, so we have 130 countries out there that are supercharging their efforts to design a CDBC. And you're saying, well, private people can go ahead and keep doing the research. You can't use it, but feel free to go ahead and research what you want. You just can't do anything with that research once you arrive at it. And there's no opportunity for the United States to have its priorities respected and included in the architecture of a CBDC. Make no mistake, we are forfeiting our opportunity here, because what we're doing now is, as has been said earlier by the gentleman from Kentucky, we're pushing this over to the private sector. And we've seen their act. We know exactly what they want to do with their version of a CBDC. I think there's, 2,000 stable coins that are out there right now. None of them protects the security of American citizens' privacy. And there's nothing in this bill. There's no section on privacy after it says the government can't issue a CBDC, and the Federal Reserve has said, and Jerome Powell has said before our committee, he realizes he needs to come to Congress to get permission to issue a CBDC. He has conceded that point, even though we got this trope out there that for the past 5 years, even though they've been researching this, that they're somehow going to just go off on their own and try to issue this thing without congressional approval. That's just a total false narrative. But the idea behind this bill is that we let other countries make our major decisions for us, right? So, as I said before, different countries are going to come at this from different angles. China, obviously, looking to conduct full spectrum surveillance. And by the way, not incidentally, we allow the private sector to do that right now in this country. Full spectrum surveillance. When you click I agree, all your information is out there for collection, aggregation, and sale. No doubt about that. And what's even more alarming is that in those terms and conditions that you clicked I agree on, you're denied access to the courts. You're denied access to the courts to defend your rights because they have a mandatory arbitration clause in that system where you click I agree. So, look, in my opinion, with all due respect, this bill is an act of breathless stupidity. Breathless stupidity. To take us out of one of the major conversations and processes in terms of financial innovation that we've seen in the last 100 years. We were at a similar point, at the end of the Civil War when we had 180 different currencies out there, but everybody coalesced around the US dollar because it was stable and it was widely accepted. We're at that point. We're at an inflection point right now, but this bill would take the US out of the game. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Garcia's time has expired. The gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, my colleague in his description of breathless stupidity kind of puts me in a funny position to say I support this bill, but I guess I'm going to do that. I'm proud to support the bill. The bill would simply codify what many have said all along, which is that establishing a central bank digital currency would only be possible if authorized by Congress. And the bill we're marking up today, I think, does a good job in ensuring that the Fed cannot misconstrue and further give the significant implications that would accompany a CBDC. Chair Powell himself has said, he's acknowledged, I guess, that you would say that the legislation is needed to issue a CBDC. I think my colleague from Minnesota is on the right track with it. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield the balance of my time back to you.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I just here when I say act of breathless stupidity, what I heard was you don't know the power of the dark side. So we don't really need to further explore the power of the dark side. It's evil. We should resist it. And, but the idea that it's only preserving the ability of the private sector to innovate, it doesn't. You can study and research it all day. The Boston Fed did their study. This wouldn't have prevented the Boston Fed from studying anything. But what I hope it would do is say, quit wasting your time studying how to implement something that is essentially managed, intermediated system. We'd really like you to explore some system that has the characteristics of cash, which is permissionless. And as for the free market sectors, the free market can't establish a central bank digital currency because they're not a central bank. And so the real fear is that a central bank could establish or attempt to establish a system of money because they are pulling in all the deposits of the banks. I mean, the idea that the central bank would, the other threat that really hasn't been addressed here is the idea that the central bank would have all the deposits. Think of what that would do to all of our financial institutions. They would have no money to lend as capital. They're already pulling with additional capital requirements and paying interest on excess reserves, cash into the federal bank system. And this capital isn't being deployed in our economy to help our citizens get mortgages or our businesses grow and develop it. They're simply providing interest on the excess reserves. It's keeping cash at the Federal Reserve. So think how much more that would accelerate if the system of money became at the central bank. It would completely undermine the banking system in the United States, and it would hit the small community banks the most. So talk about impact on our communities. The community banks are the ones that fund the innovation and development, closest to home. The biggest commercial banks generally aren't doing those things, not at scale. That's our community banks and our regional banks and our credit unions. So this system of money is vitally important. And it is, whether it's the government or the private sector, not prevented by this bill. It's a red herring, and so people shouldn't fall for it. You can cite it as an excuse in your press release for voting no, but it's just not true. The reality is this bill does not prevent research, but it does say, clearly it defends the power of Congress, not that it truly needs defending, because the Constitution makes it clear that Congress would have to authorize any change to our system of money and the central bank. Now, what we could do is say that we're going to change the whole nature of our central bank, and this bill doesn't do that either. So there are all sorts of ways. Congress created the Fed, we brought them into this world, and in theory, we could take them out. That's not the nature of this bill. But it is a check on the things they're doing by saying you can't go further than what you're doing now. And there is a lot of fear and concern about it. So with that, I'll yield. I think our time's still remaining, so yield back to Mr. Fitzgerald. The time has expired. Is there any further debate or amendment? For what purpose does Ms. Presley seek recognition?
Debate?
Oh, debate. Yes.
Debate. Strike the last word.
Yes, move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. This bill is designed to prevent the Fed from creating a CBDC, and it goes much further. This bill has wider and insidious implications for public banking. I cannot support this bill because of the provisions included in Section 2 that preclude the Fed from offering a public banking option. Public banking is a public good, period. We should be legislating to create a financial system that works for all people, not passing bills that do the opposite. We need public banks to ensure that our most vulnerable communities have access to essential services. According to the FDIC, 36% of Black folks are unbanked or underbanked, compared to only 11.3% of white Americans. And households that are unbanked or underbanked rely significantly more on money orders, check cashing services, payday loans, and other predatory financial services. Public banking is an economic justice and racial justice issue. We need public banks more than ever, and their role is critical in uplifting low-income communities, improving racial equity. Public banks will be held accountable by the public, not shareholders. Public banks represent a step forward for our financial system, so passing this bill through committee would be a giant leap backwards. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. I yield.
Okay, will you yield to me, Ms. Presley?
I yield.
Thank you.
Mr. Sherman's recognized.
Thank you. Let's recap. This is a pilot program. It is completely voluntary. Many Americans already have accounts with the Treasury, whether it's Treasury Direct to invest, or as the gentleman from Illinois points out, your tax account. I'd be willing to support this bill if it also ended crypto and put us at the balance that we've had for many, many decades between, on the one hand, privacy, on the other hand, law enforcement. But the gentleman from Ohio, I think, I compliment him for his honesty, says the purpose here is to end Know Your Customer, end the anti-money laundering, end the Bankruptcy Secrecy Act, and transfer power from the American government, controlled by the American people, to the Elon Musks and Sam Bankman-Frieds of this world. The object here is to turn crypto into a efficient currency that is digital, while hamstringing the dollar so that it can't be digital, and then come and say, oh my God, we need cryptocurrency in order to enjoy the efficiencies of having a digital currency. The idea that this is going to, I think one of the speakers for this bill said that people aren't banked because they oppose the, quote, surveillance state. People aren't banked because they don't have any money. It's amazing. The people who aren't banked are the people who don't have any money. We need a system that allows us to go after drug dealers, and the most effective way is through their finances, to enforce the income tax, to enforce our bankruptcy laws, to enforce our income tax, and to be able to enforce the estate and gift tax system. And the clear purpose of this bill is to instead put us in a crypto world where the only people who pay taxes are those who earn wages. And I would yield back to the gentlelady from Massachusetts.
Does the gentlelady yield back? Gentlelady yields. For what purposes? Gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood's recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to express my support for the Majority Whip's bill, the CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act. I'll begin by explaining my reasons for opposing it, and then I'll walk through some of what this particular bill would do to stop one. A retail CBDC is issued by the Federal Reserve would open the door to a few different troubling potential futures, regardless of the intent of the original issuer. One of the things I focused on in my questions during our CBDC hearing in the Digital Asset, Financial Technology, and Inclusion Subcommittee last week was how a CBDC could, over time, put the Federal Reserve's independence in jeopardy. If we use a retail CBDC, the Federal Reserve would be at the center of every American transaction. It could be used to prevent certain types of disfavored purchases, block certain disfavored people from using our financial system, or monitor the payment activities of political opponents. That's an enormous amount of power, and that power would put tremendous political pressure on the Federal Reserve. My concern is that once we build a CBDC, we don't have it today and tomorrow with our current set of regulators, we have it forever. Mr. Lynch previously mentioned that we could build a CBDC with privacy protections. With all due respect, I don't doubt that. My concern is that once a CBDC is built, there will always be the potential for it to be abused, regardless of how it's initially formed. A retail CBDC would be a serious threat to liberty, and even if our current leaders were angels, once rolled out, this will endure well past the time of anyone in the room. It will continue to be influenced and changed by future leaders over the coming decades. With such a powerful tool in the hands of the Federal Reserve, I'm concerned that political actors would have incentives to erode the Federal Reserve's independence. Some political instincts to utilize a CBDC for social purposes may begin as well-intentioned. My fear is that over time, they will turn into something much more sinister. I'd like everyone in this room to take a moment and just picture for a moment a politician they dislike the most in their mind. I'm sure we all have one that comes to mind. Now imagine that person and all the ill intentions you ascribe to them with the power that comes with a retail CBDC. It should send a shudder down your spine. I know it sends one down mine. Now, I'd like to briefly talk about why Mr. Emmer's bill is a solution here. H.R. 5403 would amend Section 13 of the Federal Reserve Act to prohibit the Federal Reserve banks from issuing central bank digital currency or substantially similar digital assets directly or indirectly to individuals. I would argue that the Federal Reserve already does not have the authority to issue a CBDC under existing statute without approval from Congress. After all, Congress is given the power to coin money in Article 1 of the Constitution. However, this bill leaves absolutely no ambiguity. The Federal Reserve shall not issue a retail CBDC, either intermediated or direct. This is an issue I've heard a great deal about in my district. Nebraskans care deeply about their freedom, and they count on us to protect those freedoms here in Congress. I'm happy to do my part in that effort by supporting Mr. Emmer's bill. With that, I yield back.
Is there any further amendment or debate?
At the desk.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters, seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause while the amendment is distributed. And as it's being distributed, the clerk will report the amendment.
Just wait until it's distributed.
We'll wait. All right, we'll wait. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5403, offered by Ms. Waters.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlewoman is recognized on her amendment.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I oppose the underlying bill because it's anti-competitive and would give China the reins to set the global standard for central bank digital currencies. My amendment ensures a process through which the Treasury can examine China's efforts to internationalize the yuan and any potential impact on the dollar's status as a global reserve currency. We know that China's CDBG and the ECNY is already involved in both wholesale and retail CBDC pilot products with other central banks around the world, aiming to trade directly with each other's currencies instead of going through the U.S. dollar or dollar-based exchanges. This raises grave concerns regarding the efficacy of U.S. sanctions and financial crime laws, as well as concerns regarding the ability of Chinese companies compete with the U.S. China is also testing a wholesale system for large cross-border financial institutions called M-Bridge. M-Bridge is a pilot among the central banks of China, Hong Kong, Thailand, and the United Arab Emirates, and would facilitate a move away from the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency and from the SWIFT messaging system. If such a move comes to pass, it would significantly harm our national security. Rather than establishing the U.S. as the world's foremost innovator in the world of digital currency and finance, Republicans are spreading wild conspiracy theories and trying to prevent the United States from critical first steps towards technical collaboration and standard setting around the world. Given the U.S. geopolitical leadership, we must advance responsible financial innovation to ensure that adversaries like China don't threaten the United States dollar standing as the world's reserve currency in our economy. I urge members to support my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I ask unanimous consent to have the clerk report the previous amendment. Report this amendment, my apologies.
I got to do it over again.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5403, offered by Ms. Waters.
Without objection, reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stiles, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking against this amendment for, I think, a pretty important reason here. Is we're looking at this legislation. It's a simple delay tactic as it relates to implementing preventing us from having a central bank digital currency. If the true concern is to make sure that the United States maintains the world reserve currency status, world reserve currency status is premised on 2 critical items. 1, geopolitical risk, and 2, economic strength. And if we look at what we have seen under the Biden administration, for the past 2.5 years, we have seen attacks on both of those items. We have seen weak foreign policy from the botched evacuation of Afghanistan to continue on, and the lack of geopolitical strength hurts the ability for the U.S. to maintain world reserve currency. It's the reason that we should be in a position and negotiating from a position of strength and investing in the United States military. And 2, we've seen a withering of economic strength under the high inflation brought to us by Democratic policies, in particular reckless spending, but also their war on energy, and terrible labor policies, including paying people not to work after the end of the pandemic. And what does a central bank digital currency do? It's an attack on privacy. So we shouldn't buy into the false notion that China is putting forward a central bank digital currency to actually usurp the United States as a global reserve currency. China is engaged in an attempt to invade the privacy of those individuals who will be engaged in the central bank digital currency in China. It's all the reason that we should prevent the development of a central bank digital currency in the United States to protect the privacy of U.S. citizens. If we truly are concerned about maintaining the U.S. as a world reserve currency, which I do believe is absolutely essential, we should spend our time in the legislative body of Congress working on strengthening the United States to be in a position of military strength to avoid the geopolitical risk. And 2, we should work to strengthen the U.S. economy, unleash American energy, bring down inflation, help people get good and better jobs, and instead, in more or less, reverse the economic policies of the Biden administration that has weakened us economically and put at risk the U.S. as being the world reserve currency. And so I don't think the delay in preventing this development is needed, and I would encourage my colleagues to vote against this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise to support the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The last gentleman is absolutely right. It is essential to keep the U.S. dollar as the world's foremost reserve currency. He says that it's all a matter of geopolitical risk and economic strength. The fact is that the crypto bros have loudly said that they want crypto to play the role as the world's reserve currency. Well, what geopolitical strength does crypto have? It has none. So what it does claim to have is the convenience of being electronic. If the dollar is going to retain its role in the world as a world reserve currency, and that is a benefit bestowed on every American family. I think the best economic analysis shows that every American family, the average family, is $4,000 to $5,000 a year richer just because we have the world reserve currency. This is a valuable thing to all American families. If we're going to remain the world reserve currency, yes, geopolitical strength is important. Yes, a strong economy is important, and Democrats are working to achieve both of those. But convenience can be important as well. The euro was created to partially displace the dollar. Crypto was created to partially displace the dollar. The Chinese yuan clearly would like to partially or totally displace the dollar. And in order for the dollar to maintain its role, it has to be competitive with those alternatives. Let me just reiterate that we're trying here, this bill is attempting to kill a pilot program dealing with a voluntary option for Americans to use if they want to. It is being put forward by those who say Americans who want to have an account with the federal government should be prohibited because they don't know what they're doing and they're not very smart. And they're exposing their private transactions in a way that they shouldn't do while they're clicking yes on every one of those private sector apps that asks to waive your privacy rights. To turn to those who favor innovation and crush a pilot program, to turn to the individual Americans and say, we know what's good for you, and you shouldn't participate in that program because you shouldn't be free to do so, because your freedom clashes with our ideology, seems relatively extreme. Again, we need a balance between privacy on the one hand and law enforcement on the other. And the advocates of this bill instead want a situation in which it is impossible to enforce the estate gift tax system. The income tax applies only to wage earners. Hiding assets from bankruptcy courts is as easy as Sam Bankman-Fried is demonstrating today. Drug dealers no longer have to have dollar counting machines, and the number one methodology of dealing with the top drug dealers is swept away, in which everything is tilted toward privacy and there is no law enforcement. The patriotic anarchists who claim to want a strong America instead describe the American government as the evil empire. The last to describe us as the evil empire, I believe, was the Chinese Communist Party. The American government remains in the hands of the American people. The kleptocrats, the billionaire crypto boys, those are not the American people. That is not democracy. So I strongly support this amendment. I strongly support the U.S. dollar serving as the world's currency, reserve currency, and I strongly oppose those efforts that would cause crypto or the euro, or worse yet, the yuan, to have any advantage over the dollar, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purposes, the gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. The discussion now is on the gentlewoman from California's amendment. And I think the gentleman, Mr. Stile, our young chairman of House Administration, has nailed the real issue. I'd like to add a little bit to it. The real question is the government competing in a way that they think, our friends the Democrats think, that our American free enterprise system does not meet the challenges for. I believe that our capitalist form of looking at the world is enunciated with a vast financial services ability that we have to not only look at the world and be competitive, but to create the sense that we are the largest economy in the world and we can reach out to the world with not only the amount of money that we have, but our processes. Government is the problem, not the answer. We have held hearings repeatedly about the Fed, about Treasury, about other agencies that exist out of Treasury. They are completely silent to understanding that they would wish to have a relationship either with the industry to hear from them or bipartisanly on members of Congress. And I can almost think of nothing worse than empowering a government that doesn't listen to its people, doesn't listen to members of this committee, doesn't listen to the needs of a marketplace, but rather the needs of government. This has been tried in my former hometown of Dallas, Texas. The city of Dallas decided they were going to open up their own bank because they had underserved areas of the community. And there was a reason why they had underserved areas of the community, just like there are businesses like Macy's and Target and other areas that are moving out in other cities and states across the country. It's dangerous. It's not a good deal. The city of Dallas lost a lot of money by the time they finally pulled out. They were just sure that they could operate their own bank. I think what we're looking at is the encroachment of government to do something that competes against a robust marketplace that is the best in the world. And so that is why Republicans oppose this. Not because we don't want America to be strong, but because we want America to stay strong. Not because we don't understand the problems that are in the marketplace, it's because we do understand those problems. And the gentleman, Mr. Stile, very carefully laid out, if you want to be the strongest economy, then you need to make sure that America is that instead of competing against it, fighting against it, and making government bigger that costs more money, puts rules and regulations on it, perhaps worst of all, fights against the American people to create not only a larger debt, but perhaps more often than not, to take away their choices in the marketplace, which is exactly what this administration does. They're trying to defeat capitalism. They're trying to defeat a marketplace that would offer goods and services at the right price for the right reason. So for that reason, I join Mr. Stile and others. I'm for Mr. Emmer's viewpoint of the world, so I would oppose the gentlewoman from California's amendment. I yield back my time.
Is there any further debate?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
For what purposes, Mr. Lynch, seek recognition?
I move to strike the
Gentleman is
last word.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I rise in strong support of the gentle lady's amendment, the ranking member's amendment. And I want to point out one of the problems that the gentle lady's amendment avoids. Earlier, we heard several members talk about Federal Reserve liabilities. But I'm not quite sure people generally understand that every single dollar that's been printed and issued by the Fed is a liability of our central bank, right? Every single dollar literally says Federal Reserve note at the top of every U.S. dollar. And while I know that my colleagues across the aisle may have intended to focus on CBDCs, again, I'm going back to the text of this bill. This is poorly drafted. The more I read it, the more problems I see. So the definitions that they included here are poorly drafted and go far beyond that to cover all liabilities of the Federal Reserve. So if you take a look at page 3, lines 16 through 19, it defines CBDC to mean, quote, a form of digital money or monetary value denominated in the national unit of account that is a direct liability of the Federal Reserve System, close quote. So look at Section 5. Section 5 states that the Fed can't issue a CBDC using that definition. But there's no reference to cryptocurrency or anything that defines it as a CBDC. It just says digital money or monetary value. That's it. Digital money or monetary value. So for the second part, the bill does not say digital monetary value. It simply says monetary value. That would clearly include physical dollars. Not only that, but digital money would include deposits that the Fed holds for banks, as well as funds the Fed holds for the Department of the Treasury. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I have to question whether the sponsors of the bill, the drafters of the bill, actually sat down with the Fed and Treasury and the Office of Technical Assistance to figure out, is what we are doing, is that going to undermine the Fed's ability to print physical dollars or even hold deposits for thousands of banks as well as the U.S. Treasury? Because that's what the text of the bill would require. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done on this bill. I mean, just internally, you've got sections that cancel other sections out. It's really poorly drafted. So, you know, I think this bill is an attack on common sense.
Will the gentleman yield?
I would yield to the gentlelady, yes.
Have you attempted to explain that research is extraordinarily important as we make determinations about what we're going to do with CDBG? And so you pointed out that there were inconsistencies in their legislation between, I think you said, Section 2 and Section 5. Was that cleared up for you during this debate, and how those conflicts are confusing and not basically making sense?
Right, reclaiming my time. I would say this, I referred the question to counsel, you know, the majority's counsel. Just take a look at it, help us to resolve. We need to reconcile the sections, okay? So Section 5 cancels out part of Section 2 and 3, 4, and Section 3 and 4. So just internally, it's inconsistent. And it would be really helpful to debate this bill if we knew which of those two initiatives is going to prevail. What do we actually need to do? So, but maybe we can do that at a later hearing. I'm not sure, before this goes to the floor or something like that. But there's some real problems here, as well as it interferes with the Fed's ability to conduct this regular business because the definitions are too broad. So I'll yield back the remain, unless Mr. Sherman wants the balance of my time. I'll yield it back. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? The question now occurs in the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of chairs, the nays appear to have it. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, recorded vote is ordered pursuant to Section C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings in the amendment are postponed. Is there further debate or amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I believe I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while the amendment is distributed. Can I keep going? Oh, you're so much friendlier than I am in my committee. I actually let the person stand up and I just keep rolling. Nobody cares. No, I don't. No, somebody could object. Has anyone not received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the
Without
nature...
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is targeted towards the presumption in the underlying bill that a U.S. CBDC would not protect individual privacy, consumer data. There were earlier statements from the sponsor about China and what they're doing, and as the gentleman has said in his remarks, China has designed their CBDC to surveil their citizens. That's anybody who's dealing with that bank, with their central bank. So that is not the design that the Fed has embarked upon, nor is it something that we would support in Congress, obviously. So this amendment would ensure that this bill cannot take effect unless the Treasury determines and reports to Congress that a CBDC cannot be designed in a manner that protects consumer data privacy. Additionally, the Treasury must find that there's no way to design a CBDC that would provide greater privacy protections to consumers than they have over their financial data under the current frameworks. A wide variety of, look, we should all want to prevent the full spectrum surveillance of our citizens in any system, but that is exactly the model that the private sector has developed. It is counterintuitive that my colleagues should be raising concern about data privacy while thousands of private companies, domestic and foreign, are surveilling, tracking, aggregating, and selling American citizens' consumer data every single second of every day. We've had a wide variety of academics and technologists and other stakeholders who have demonstrated that a digital dollar, a CBDC, can be designed to maximize consumer data privacy and promote financial inclusion. So as policymakers, we should be asking questions about how that architecture of a digital dollar could be designed to maximize privacy and prevent exploitation of personal data. In addition, we should be exploring the potential of a CBDC to serve as an alternative to existing forms of payment and have benefits including instant payment settlement, provide for a medium for cross-border transactions, and foster greater financial inclusion. The fact of the matter is that we have 130 countries out there that are striving to set the standard. And while China puts a premium on surveillance, I'm sure that the EU will come up with a different set of priorities in their CBDC. However, this bill, this underlying bill, holds America back. We don't have the ability to explore the best model that reflects the priorities of the American people and of our Constitution. We are, by default, giving other countries the ability to make those decisions on a CBDC. There will be adoption. So I think the first and most reliable version of a CBDC will be adopted widely globally. And because of this bill, that's not going to be the United States. There's going to be a CBDC that is adopted, that people feel comfortable with, that will become the norm. It's like the US dollar. After the Civil War, there were, 1,800 different currencies. But once people developed a constancy and a faith in the US dollar, in the greenback at that point, everybody merged into using the US dollar or the greenback at that point as a medium of exchange. So these hundreds of other currencies that were out there went to zero. The railroads had currencies, the oil companies had currencies, small local banks had their own version of scrip. All of those different varieties went to zero because there was general acceptance in one model, and that was the US dollar. That's how we came together on a currency issue at a very important inflection point in this country. That's going to happen again globally with a central bank digital currency. I would like that to be the US CBDC. I understand the concerns that my colleagues have about a CBDC, but do you want a CBDC developed by the United States, or do you want to have US citizens have to adopt a model that has been designed by some other country or a group of countries? I think we want to make that decision ourselves and remain a global leader. I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? I recognize myself for the purpose of striking the last word. I rise an objection to the amendment. I think it's a little bit here twofold. One, when we're asking a report to come back that the central bank digital currency cannot be designed in a manner to promote financial inclusion or cannot be done to prevent privacy protections, I think we're simply just undermining the bill. The bill that is being put forward here, at the purpose that you're amending, is making sure that we are protecting privacy concerns of many Americans. And the Federal Reserve's own analysis noted that if we were to create a CBDC in the United States, it would need to be private, their terms here, privacy protected, intermediated, widely transferable, and identity verified. And under the intermediated model, the question here becomes the security. And I think the Federal Reserve would need to balance the privacy rights and have that transparency. And I think what the concern is whether or not we can protect American civil liberties and privacy rights. And so the concern that I have with implementing a CBDC, not researching it, but implementing a CBDC in the United States, is implications that would have on American civil liberties and privacy protections. On the second portion, as we discuss financial inclusion, that is a worthy goal. But I would note that a lot of the research as it relates to financial inclusion shows that people are often unbanked because they don't trust banks. And one of the reasons people don't trust banks is they're concerned about their privacy. And so for a large portion of individuals who are currently unbanked, I think that this actually moves us in the wrong direction because a CBDC has not been shown to be able to be developed without meaningful and substantive privacy protections. And again, I do believe Communist China is in the works to develop a CBDC, not for altruistic goals of financial inclusion or altruistic goals of assisting in the development of this. I think the Communist China is in large part interested in this because of the privacy or the lack of privacy that this would have and their ability to track those individuals who are utilizing and using a Chinese CBDC. All the more reason your federal government, the central bank, should not be implementing, creating, and developing a CBDC. Research into the area, that's fine, but I don't think that we should be able to actually allow our federal government to implement. And it was with that that I'm opposed to this amendment. Is there further, I yield back. Is there further debate? What purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Throughout the 116th and 117th Congresses, I and committee Democrats held several hearings exploring how a U.S. CBDC would ensure privacy, consumer protection, national security, and financial inclusion. As part of its initial exploration, the Fed has also established consumer privacy as one of the guiding principles in its consideration of a CBDC. I'm therefore disappointed that so much of this important conversation on CBDC research and exploration has been sideswept by Republican fear-mongering about government surveillance. After all, Republicans don't seem to be invested in protecting consumer privacy when big tech and mega banks hold so much of our data, including our day-to-day financial transactions. For these reasons, I'm happy to support Representative Lynch's amendment, which would ensure that nothing in this bill, which should really be titled the CBDC Anti-Innovation Act, would take effect unless the Treasury reports that a CBDC cannot be designed in a manner to promote financial inclusion, national security, and provide greater privacy protections than those under current frameworks. Consumer and data privacy are critical design elements that the U.S. can control in the development of a U.S. CBDC. Depending on their design, we know CBDCs may serve as a promising public option for payment services, improve efficiency and speed and cost for cross-border interbank payments, and more. CBDCs may enhance access to payment services for those currently excluded from our underserved by the existing financial system. For instance, digital tools such as CBDCs might have effectively assisted the delivery of much-needed rescue funds through the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, also known as the CARES Act. However, these key opportunities will never be understood or realized through Republican sweeping prohibition on a potential CBDC. You know, in closing, let me just say that I don't understand why the pride and the patriotism does not guide us in how we see the evolving technology and new systems in the world. That includes, of course, CBDCs and, you know, everything else that we're confronted with, that we have to make decisions. Cryptocurrency, we've got to make some decisions. We cannot be lagging while other countries are fast developing systems on CBDCs, which was just explained so thoroughly today by Mr. Lynch. 140 countries, and we consider ourselves exceptional? We consider ourselves the world leaders, and we're dragging our feet. We don't even appreciate the research that is being done and the commitments that are being made by the feds, et cetera, et cetera. I don't get it. I don't get it. While, you know, I'm worried not only about CBDCs, I'm worried about our democracy, period. I am worried that the former president of the United States thinks Putin is his friend, and they hack into our electoral system. I'm worried that we're falling behind. I'm worried that we're not tough enough on what we're doing with China, et cetera, et cetera. What's happening here? Why are we not concerned about our leadership, about the fact that we cannot afford to be dragging our feet? Having said all of that, I think those on this side of the aisle are going to have to understand that in addition to the worries that I am alluding to, we're sitting here talking about protecting our government when you on the opposite side of the aisle are talking about closing it down. You should be more concerned about the America that we all feel is exceptional and what is happening to it. With that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. What person is the gentleman from California seeker?
I rise to support the amendment.
Mr. Sherman's recognized for 5 minutes.
We're having a bit of a discussion about who are the unbanked. Republicans seem to describe the unbanked as people with hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars carrying it around in duffel bags because they think the bankers will disclose their transactions. Democrats have described the unbanked as poor people who don't have very much money and who know that not having much, they could drop below the minimum balance requirements, face overdraft fees, all the things that banks do when you don't have money to cover a check. I think the Democrats are right on the image of the unbanked, and that is why several of the members who have spoken represent districts with far more unbanked constituents than average. And I, for one, when I think of trying to help the unbanked, focus on those who don't have the minimum balance, et cetera, not those who are so anxious to be in a position to defeat our tax laws that they choose to keep their money in duffel bags. As for privacy, the private sector, as has been pointed out by Mr. Lynch and others, invades our privacy every day. They know what we buy. They know what they're trying to sell. There's nothing in this bill that even addresses those issues. Keep in mind that any digital dollar is completely voluntary. So to turn to Americans and say, we prohibit you from having a digital dollar, even if you want one because you're not smart enough to protect your own privacy, strikes me as a remarkable, condescending way to deal with those Americans, many of whom already have Treasury Direct accounts, and many others who would not mind having a digital dollar, even without privacy protections. But as this amendment points out, we can have a digital dollar with privacy protections. So I commend the gentleman for this amendment. I know that, or I believe that we ought to maintain the current balance between privacy on the one hand and law enforcement on the other. I strongly disagree with those members who say that we should have a powerful America as long as we destroy the American government. You cannot be a patriot and an anarchist at the same time. And those who want to shut down the government, those who want to make it impossible to enforce our tax laws, should surrender at the door the claim to patriotism. The balance we have now is acceptable. The balance that this gentleman, this amendment puts forward is acceptable. And the idea that the income tax should be undermined except for wage earners, the estate and gift tax should be destroyed, all in the name of patriotism and freedom, ignores the fact that the U.S. federal government has been the strongest and most effective instrument for freedom the world has ever known. Any of my colleagues wish me to yield time? I've run out of things to say and yield back to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? The question now occurs in the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the nays appear to have it.
Request a roll call, please.
The recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to Section C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings of the amendment are postponed. Is there further debate or amendment? Pursuant to the chair's previous, there being no further amendments, without objection, the previous question is ordered and recorded votes on the amendment have been postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately consider the question to report the measure. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we will take those postponed votes later this afternoon. Given the uncertainty of the floor situation, we ask that members remain flexible, and we will give ample notice before committee votes are called. Committee stands in recess.
The committee will come to order. Quorum being present. We'll now proceed on the postponed measures. It is the chair's intention that if we're not done with votes now by 4 p.m., if we're not done by votes at 4 p.m., we will recess and come back at 5:30 approximately until the completion of votes. That is the chair's intention. And so we'll start today, and we'll go to, we'll now take votes pending on ordering H.R. 3378 as amended favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll. Members, quieter we are, the faster we go. The faster we go, the happier everyone is. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill, Mr. Lucas, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Norman. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Any member wish to change his or her vote? Any member not recorded? Mr. Rose.
Mr. Rose is recorded as voting aye.
Mr. Timmons.
Mr. Timmons is recorded as voting aye.
Mr. Mooney.
Mr. Mooney is recorded as voting aye.
Any other members wish to change his or her vote or not recorded?
Mr. Gonzalez, you are recorded as not voting. Mr. Gonzalez is recorded as voting aye.
Any other members wish to change his or her vote? Mr. Gottheimer.
Mr. Gottheimer is recorded as voting aye.
Any other member wish to change his or her vote? Not recorded. Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill is recorded as voting yes.
Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Mr. Fitzgerald, you're recorded as voting aye.
Mr. Nickel.
Mr. Nickel, you are recorded as voting aye.
Mr. Any other member wish to change his or her vote? Any member not recorded? Clerk will report.
Oversight is not quite yet done, so we just have to slow it up a little bit. We'll do what we can.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 42 and the nays are 0.
Majority voting in favor of H.R. 3378 as amended. The bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now take the votes pending on ordering H.R. 5409 as amended, favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mrs. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Any other
Mr.
members?
Luckett. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Norman. Mr. Donalds. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Lynch. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Torres.
Any other member wants to change his or her vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 44 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 5409 as amended, the bills are ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion reconsiders laid on the table. We will now take votes pending on ordering H.R. 5472 as amended, favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams. Mr. Barr is recorded as voting aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters.
Aye.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman.
Aye.
Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks.
Aye.
Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Norman. Mr. Donalds. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Torres. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye.
Any other member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 46 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 5472 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now take votes pending on ordering H.R. 5485 as amended favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Aye. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters.
Aye.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Norman. Mr. Mooney is recorded as voting aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Torres.
Any other member wish to change his or her vote? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 47 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 5485 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House, and without objection, motion reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now take votes pending on ordering H.R. 5119 as amended, favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Aye. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Any member wish to change his or her vote?
Mr. Lucas. Mr.
Any member not recorded?
Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga is recorded as voting aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 47 and 0 nays.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 5119 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably to the House, favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now take votes pending on ordering H.R. 5557. I'm sorry, let me repeat. H.R. 5557 as amended, favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Any other member wish to change his or her vote?
Mr. Hill, you are not recorded. Mr. Hill, you are recorded as voting aye. Mr. Lucas, Mr. Norman, Mrs. Velasquez, Mr. Horsford, Mr. Torres.
Any other member wish to change his or her vote? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 47 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 5557 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion reconsidered is laid upon the table. We will now take votes pending on ordering H.R. 5523 as amended favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Norman. Mr. Huizinga is recorded as voting aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Torres.
Any member wish to change his or her vote or is not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 47 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 5523 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion reconsidered is laid on the table. We'll now take votes pending on ordering H.R. 5512 as amended favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters.
Aye.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Aye. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Aye. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Aye. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald, you are recorded as voting aye.
Any
Mr.
other-
Lucas?
Any other member wish to change their vote or is not recorded?
Mr. Nunn, you are recorded as not voting. Mr. Nunn
Mooney.
is recorded as voting aye.
Mooney.
Mr. Mooney is recorded as voting
Any
aye.
other member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 47.
And the nays? A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 5512 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For the next vote, members are in and out of the room, and traditionally in and out of the room on previous votes. Faster just to stick around. We've got 4 votes left. We'll now take votes pending on ordering H.R. 5524 as amended, favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer? Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez? Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster?
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty?
Aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Ms. Talib? Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres? Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams?
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel? Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Norman? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald is recorded as voting aye. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds is recorded as voting aye. Mrs. Velasquez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Torres?
Any member wish to change his or her vote is not recorded. If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 47 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 5524 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now take votes on postponed amendments to H.R. 5403, the CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act offered by the gentleman from Minnesota. Amendment 1, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, the ranking member. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? No. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Luetkemeyer? Mr. Luetkemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mrs. Wagner is recorded as voting no. Mr. Barr is recorded as voting no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams is recorded as voting no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler? No. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn? No. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? No. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes no. Mrs. Waters?
Aye.
Mrs. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez? Mr. Sherman? Aye. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Aye. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch? Aye. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green? Aye. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver? Aye. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes? Aye. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster?
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty?
Aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Ms. Talib? Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres? Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams?
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel? Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Norman? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mrs. Velasquez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Torres? Fitzgerald is recorded as voting no. Mr. Fitzgerald is recorded as no.
If the gentleman will stay for the next vote, it'll be faster. Clerk will report. The first three were free.
Topo Gigio, Ringo Starr. Electronic vote.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20 and the nays are 27.
A majority voting against the amendment. The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? No. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Luetkemeyer? Mr. Luetkemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez? Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mrs. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Torres. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Norman. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Torres.
Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20 and the nays are 27.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. There being no further discussion or amendment to the bill, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Minnesota. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the amendment in the nature of the substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 5403, as amended to the reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it, and the ayes have it. Recorded vote being requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hand. A recorded vote is ordered. We'll get caffeine for the crowds. The clerk will call the roll. This is the final vote of our markup. If you leave, please leave quietly. If you wish to converse quietly. I don't know, whatever. But anyway, please vote and have a merry and great day. Clerk will report.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Aye. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters.
No.
Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. No. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. No. Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Lynch. No. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster.
No.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
No.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Caston. Mr. Gaston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Torres.
Members deserve to have their votes recorded, and the clerk deserves a little bit of respect. Clerk will continue.
Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes no. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Norman. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Torres.
Any other member wish to change his or her vote? Any member wish to change their vote? All right. Hearing none, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 27 and the nays are 20.
A majority voting in favor of H.R. 5403 as amended. The bill is ordered favorably to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I want to thank the staff for today's markup on both sides of the aisle. Majority and minority staff worked diligently on this package. I want to thank the clerk. Madam Clerk, thank you for the good work today and the excellent speed at which you moved. And I want to thank everybody at the clerk's table on both sides of the aisle for their good work. Staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes on all measures ordered to be reported today. Members will have two days to file views on each reported measure considered today. There being no further business pending, the committee stands adjourned.